Guys, hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay, here we go. How's everyone? Oh shit. Perfect timing. Hi Vienna, Xeon, Zeta, Bastard, Killbot, Quan, Bobby. No one else is here. Okay, what do we do? Kinda done with this and this. And this and this. So maybe we're gonna do a bit of Heartseeker, and then I think we're gonna do a lot of like Spurborn. I might play Payback. Otherwise, Evade. Okay, let's start with that. I can take a few items on the bomb actually. Hi, Cecicla. Final day today. I need to check if there's like anything else that I need to like last minute check out a little bit. What tower class would I be in the whore? Yo, bastard. Yeah, 19 strike was actually pretty good. That will probably go like 90 plus. Maybe close to 100 even. Do I have and Ranas? Doesn't work. This is fine. This is fine. This also does not work. Would be nice if I could like unspec an entire board at once. So I probably got no witnesses, right? Then it's cheap shot versus dance. Okay. Hmm. Thank you. What? This? We got egg, guys. Hmm. Are you watching Endgame? Well, you're watching me make a build right now. Which will be an in-game build. I have like 2-3 builds left to test before the PTR goes down today. What do you have here? Combat. We don't need that. We want versatility though. Is new patch better? Yeah, I like it generally. Okay, can do fluidity. Main ambush, I can do Kenny. How much it is here? Seems alright actually. Okay, it's 54. Okay. Some say yes, some say no. Yeah, I think it's generally yes for me. Okay, and here it also looks like an Incliff. Can do control, I guess. What else is there? Not much. Headhunter. Control. I mean, single target is generally relatively decent on this build, I guess. Okay. Yo, Rel. Tier 2 sub. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Okay, let's see this. I need more points. Okay. So I think we got this. Season 11, what's a go-to class build for nice, smooth gameplay? Evade Spirit Bond is the best build. And then I would say Crackle Sword. Thank you, Sun Onions. How's the PTR? I would say almost over. But besides that, I had a lot of fun testing stuff. Okay, we're not gonna do any like Orphan-Maker shenanigans, right? So we're just gonna do a nice bow. Okay, we need boots, pants, a ring. Okay. Let's see what we got. Need Heartseeker ranks on that, actually. Well. Kind of convenient when you have the GA on the temper. You just do one temper and you know you got the perfect results. $45 Caltrops duration. You could also do Penitent. Where are they? It's a lot of damage. Okay, what's my crit chance? 62, 70, 85. You might want a crit roll, actually. You probably want Shadow Clown cooldown, right? I wonder if I would actually go with a Crown of Lycian to get more resource cost. Because the lucky hit, movement, and core ranks are all not really doing much. Crown of Lycian has a bigger multiplier and then gives me more resources. I might try that. And then this would potentially allow me to not run any Shadow Clone cooldown tempers. Because he's gonna get so much cooldown. Any come away? I guess this is gonna be a Heartseeker cast twice. Now I know that Pain Core just doesn't actually work with the cast twice. So maybe this is gonna be a Shadow Clone double damage temper. And then one Heartseeker here. This is probably better. Morning. Hi, brother. Are you still up? Okay, so one Heartseeker cast twice. Or maybe not. Maybe it's gonna go all in on a clone. We get exactly 100% on a clone. This might just be better. PTR done for you. Nice. Unlucky we didn't get the GA. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on PTR until the last minute. Okay, let's see how the cooldown feels for now. 35 seconds, 15 seconds uptime. Maybe it's not that bad. Is Mother's Blessing event live right now? I've not heard anything about Mother's Blessing. Maybe? Camera is overexposed. No, that's the sun. Yeah, it seems the clone uptime is okay. But they're gonna get less cooldown resets, I guess. Maybe he's gonna roll with it for now. Let's see. No, it's not Arrow Storm's work. This was Rain of Arrows, which has Arrow Storms in the build. I didn't imprint it. I can't pull the curtain right now. There's a dog lying here that will get startled. Okay, the cold clip. Adaptability. Moo. Numbers. Ah, dog has left. Heartseeker, exactly. Looking for a home. Okay, the last thing. could do conceited. Rapid, vehement. I think vehement is probably the way, but I have to cast it every 8 seconds, which is gonna be kinda rough, I think. But okay. Then we want the wolves. I'm not sure if Aho Quacks is a good idea, but I can try. My god, you're getting all these vulnerable rolls. You're trying to get resource. What is going on? Got like 10 times. On an often mega pinch shot there that is comfortable to play. Yeah, I don't know. I like pinch shot a lot, but I don't really wanna, you know, force play it when I know it's gonna be, ooh, you know. I'd rather wait for like a real update and enjoy it. Ah, shit. I forgot the enchanting is bugged and it gives you random values. It was a 10 and I was like, nice. And that also makes me realize I didn't actually check the Pyrrhus value. Okay, we got 10. We have life on it on us, which we don't need, I think. We also have energy on kill here that we don't need. So we can also do resource proc here, I guess. Sure. Yeah, well, no though. Thanks so much for the 56. Appreciate this up. It's mostly a common point pro and not pen shot or OM. I mean, common points are just like not as good as other things, but I like playing common points. I'd actually like to see something like a, you know, good old combo point, shadow pen shot or something again. I think that was really fun to play back in the day. Okay, I think we're kind of set up. I need to do some Belial though to get my Shadow Clone tempo. I have 33 instead of 75. Like, I don't know, 40% of what it should be. Can do attack speed pot. 92% attack speed, 70 crit. 80 crit. 100 crit. Easy clap. We get a point back here even. And we do what? I guess Dark Shroud. Yeah, let's try a Belial, I guess. Let's see how that goes. Straight up. If think our Quacks should work out just fine because we have the wolves. So even if I can't hit, my wolves will hit something and gives me resources and then I should be able to shoot. But I don't have the Heartseeker cast twice. So I'm a bit wary. Let's see if I can tank it. Not the beam. Apparently, if you do it exactly in the right moment and the right angle, you can dash for the beam, but it's like really inconsistent. We have control glyph, so this could be Headhunter. A bit more boss damage. Oh. Can I tank the eyes? I can. We're fairly tanky, I'd say. One leaf iron. Let's just get like 2 or 3 and then we try to hit EGA on the clone. Ah, we're getting so easy cooldown resets now because of the Quacks. I completely forgot. Yeah, this is actually very comfy now. The Quacks triggers, and this actually triggers very often, and I don't have any resource issues, so it seems to work out just fine with our Quacks. Okay. I'd say Heartseeker definitely still works. Just tank it. How about this one? Ooh. Okay, let's try. Is there a chance of doing a second PTR? Nope. Would be nice though. Okay, never lucky. We go again. Will Rogue be B tier? No, I think Rogues are better than that. They have a few good builds. Pushing wise, they have definitely a bunch of the higher ranked builds. Yeah, like overall build, I'm not sure. Yeah. Like, this is a nice all-rounder here, for example, Heartseeker. I like Heartseeker a lot. Played a lot in Season 9. But yeah, if you have these kind of like banana kills, for example, you would probably want to make like a stronger version to blast them down. And I mean, you can. If you go Alpha Maker, you can just like destroy this guy. So we could try that as well. We can do... what do we have to change actually? Alpha Maker. Put Moonrise like somewhere else. And we invest into Forceful, and I guess that's probably it. It's not too many changes, I think. So maybe we can actually make like a boss killer setup like very easily. No, Wizik, fang yourself, what's up? Okay, I got 2 more Neve Iron. I'm just trying to get my GA on the temper. It feels like 8. And it's a 1 in 4 chance. Oh my god. I gotta enjoy it, Wizik. Even on the PTR, not safe from farming Belial. Actually, I should try this Overmaker stuff now, that I still actually need this stuff. Since I wanna kill him a few times anyway. What the hell is this? Only on the PTR, guys. What is going on? Oh god. I think Doombringer Stones are actually up next season, by the way. If people are gonna die with their builds. This is something that people would actually like to equip these days, I think. Oof. Sanctify. Okay, we're gonna sanctify it. Sure. Let's see it. I guess that's kind of the cool part, right? It's just like, okay, you take this thing, YOLO. Well, Master Arcane actually doesn't do much, just DPS here. Okay. Big white portal. Replace max life with small life. Okay, that's it. Take a good look. New affix added. 6.5 poison damage. Okay, I got it, man. This is the Doombringer Andariel Rogue. Holy. Look at that thing. Okay. There we go. Poison champ. I feel like 4G items should get something at the end of Masterworking. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, how often have you ever equipped a 4GA item in this game? Doesn't really matter. Okay, Maker, let's see it. See him. Okay, so Seal Vex. Neo. Say. So I'm missing a lot of the Shadow Clone Templar stuff now. Okay, so what else? Marksman cast twice, so that helps a little bit. Bunch of additive, not that much different. We're losing the resource, but it might be fine. You get +9 to the skills, +6 to exploit. And then we get a 300% damage buff, which sometimes is 600% damage buff. Yeah, so I think overall we should probably do something like ×5 to ×10 the damage, which means it comes down to how often can we like not attack now. The answer is very often. But it should still be an upgrade. I'm going to put Moonrise back here. Or do we? We do. World boss in 50 seconds, login. Yo, Pete, thanks for the prime, by the way. Appreciate that. Why is Andariel bad? Yeah, basically with the rest of Hated expansion, there was a lot of, like a pretty big shift towards hit and crit builds away from dot builds. Like dot builds are generally just not a thing in this game, basically, besides Incinerate Zork. And maybe one or two more. And that is barely a build. So that is like one problem. There's just like not really a lot of synergies for dots where there's a lot for crit. Then also in general, like, you know, proc focused builds are just not much of a thing compared to just skill based builds. You have a lot of like core skill synergies and all that kind of stuff. Aspects kind of gotten larger and larger, and they usually are really big, especially for skill specific aspects. And look at, I know, Moonrise, you know, 60% adaptability. This is like a 100% plus here, and so on. None of these things work for Andariel, for example. And the generic stuff that you can use for Andariel is like, you know, Vehement Brawler, 30%, or something like that. So that's another thing. Yeah, and then Andariel itself also was like target nerfs with like the proc cooldown, and has like some really odd behaviors, I think. Actually, I need neither this, nor this, nor this. It's kind of funny. All of these things are useless on bosses, so I just do this, I guess. Let's see how this will go. Probably poorly. Probably have to make some other adjustments. Let's see if I can still tank this. I mean, it does die faster, but it feels clunky. Any particular reason I haven't sanctified my gear? Yeah, we can just calculate the result of sanctification later. But on a PTR in particular, when you want to like swap stuff around and so on, it's very clunky to sanctify your gear. And also, you know, like I'm gonna get like wildly different outcomes to, you know, I'm testing like 20 different builds. And, you know, one build will get like double damage, one build will get triple damage, one build gets nothing. Like, it doesn't really give me like a good picture of anything if I do this. And so basically just swap the weapon and one weapon. Or even can use the same weapon, but you can imprint it with something else. And there you go, I guess. Put in forceful arrow. And then we have a bit of a bossing setup here. We have 75, and if that is not enough, then I don't know. Enough Alpha Maker for me. Let's take this thing again. Dude, never lucky. It's crazy. Okay, here we go. 75 clone. Let's try and make it 100. We have how many scrolls? It would be nice if it would show you how many scrolls you have. I have 18. Okay. I got this. 24. Not that really matters. But let's try. Ah, we can only go up to the 5, okay. Oh. Okay. Let's do like some speedruns or something. Neo, say, the Blake, clip. Okay, everything looks fine. We have exactly 100% Shadow Clone, double damage. I think the Shadow Clone cooldown might actually not be required, yeah. But it does help a little bit, especially when I have like long boss fights on higher tiers, I guess. Because I will not trigger Ahu Quacks at the start. So maybe it's okay. So like pit. So like a pit 65 and see how fast you can go. How's the PTR? Will the season 11 be better or worse? Well, that depends on what kind of gamer you are, I guess. For me, I definitely feel like it's a better season, even though I did like season 10 the most out of all seasons so far. But I think the season 11 generally brings the game forward a lot, even if people might not enjoy it as much as season 10. It's like some pretty massive changes in season 11, and then a lot of stuff is going to be a little bit out of whack for a while until they fix things, I guess. So that's just kind of how it goes. But I can look past that and enjoy it anyway. Season 10 was the Chaos Armors. That was really cool. Plus we actually had no dupes for the first time. And we had no boss farming meta for the first time since season 2. So that was great. This is going at a decent pace, I would say. We can probably go up a little bit too. You know, honestly, never thought you'd see the day where you'll be playing Borderlands 4 instead of Diablo. I mean, Borderlands 4 seems like a very fun game. I might try it too. Let's go up a few. I think D4 on Steam Deck is actually relatively decent. Still no leaderboard. I don't know if I ignore this one. Yeah, 70 is definitely getting a bit too slow, I think. I'd say Heartseeker is still a pretty nice build. Did it just like... my counters not breaking stealth or what? Oh, but I just went instantly back into stealth and he actually didn't aggro on me. It's funny. Let's try a bit higher. 9th of December, Season 11. Is it possible to make Flurry build T4 viable? Nah, I'm not sure. Flurry is the build that loses by far the most, going from Season 10 to 11 for the Rogues. It was really good at Season 10, but if you want to play it at Season 10, I think. Okay, let's open an 80 and see what I can do. Do I want dash and shadow step? We have close quarters, right? I think I actually like overcapped on attack speed. A little bit. Oh, I just realized that I always keep forgetting that you have to damage a close enemy. So I have to like shadow step and then shoot him once. Else I don't get a buff. There were probably like a few Belial kills, so I forgot this. I think they're gonna up damage before season 11. I mean, they're definitely gonna buff some of the weaker builds. But yeah, they should definitely avoid buffing those strong builds. So, you know, Pit 100 or something. That was like a nice target for like the top end, I think. This guy is Soul Drinker and Shielded. Beautiful combo. No, Tiger. Thank you, man. Okay, an 80 is actually pretty chill here. I guess I should try to make better use of the freeze that I have. Not Soulborg, just, you know, weak height. Because there's so much damage while there as I see it. I think that's probably how you have to push this. So guys are unstoppable. Actually kind of blasting for this 80. I'm not sure if we can actually apply CCs to the pylon. Can I do like any damage to this pylon? Doesn't seem like it. Actually one rotated this yellow. Pizza like way easier than tower. Yeah, I mean there's two reasons for that, right? The bots have way less HP, probably like a quarter or so, I'd say. Or maybe a third. And then, I mean, you have a longer timer. And then you also have ad bosses, and here you don't have any ads on any boss. So a lot of builds kind of cheat their way up with ads. It's kind of weird, man. I'm missing this, like, animation of collecting progression globes, man, and then, like, the progression bar flashing purple. Like, where's that? Can we get that? I think that's really missing. Like, the visual feedback is not there. Guys are perfectly dashing out of the counters all the time. I'm very pleased with how well the resources work out though, I gotta say. Yeah, non-staggered bosses will be a struggle for sure. There's also 1 minute kill, 180. So if you go 85, this guy has like, what, double HP? 2.5 or so. So 1 minute becomes 2.5, and I have like less staggers. It's probably gonna become like a 4-minute kill or something. But this was kind of solid. Let's try a dungeon, see how a dungeon feels. Can I do a jar rune in here? Ahu jar. Let's go. Let's see how it goes, actually. Might be a bit scuffed with like shadow clone up time. And this also means you're gonna get less cooldown resets for dash and shadow step, so maybe it's not the way. Is that the Steve? Holy. Imagine a companion build, but I can't tell your companions what to do. Well, I mean, we have golems now. So they just solved this problem somewhat by making golems the minion build. The only one that's really mattering. Yeah, it's actually kind of nice here. We actually have too much damage. And I don't really get any Ahu Jar procs. So that's a bit of a bummer. I think I need to run something else. Speed is good though. Okay, what else can we do? Only have Neo say. Igni, maybe? It's a non-basic skill. Kind of don't like the idea. Well, good luck, Nightingale. What about Yul? Nah. Knock. I think that's the way. Knock jar. Inflict a crowd control, gain double offering if it isn't a slow or chill. Let's see it. Yeah, that seems to work actually. But it's a little bit less consistent. Depends on the density basically. I mean, okay, Ahu also depends on density, but... that was better. Doesn't seem so. Sometimes I go like 3, 4, 5 seconds with no TP. Even Sia would do better, I think. It's a 3 seconds cooldown and that's it. Or even Buck. Maybe I should try Buck. Alright, der Fake. I think it's my last hope. You can also do Heartseeker and Neo Jar, this would be another option. Yeah, Masterwork is still a thing, but not the way it used to be. With old, I remember I was running Knockjar on like season 6 Dance of Knives. And he had the old Fist of Fate. And then Knockjar would just trigger like every second on cooldown. Like it was insane. Okay, one more. Let's try this combo. Hi, Shadow Sapiens. I promise you have like less coverage now with these wolves. So it's probably not the way, even if you move faster. I think if I play Rogue in Season 11, I'll do Heartseeker again. This is nice. It's just a fun build, and it works. Chaos Words is not a thing, they removed them. But I'll definitely lobby for them. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't just keep them instantly, but maybe another time. Why they're never implementing some good season stuff in a core game? Questions, man. What about Nagu? One active summon for 5 seconds, gain offering. So this means I cast Shadow Clone, which is a summon. Then I get 100 offering, which spawns 1 wolf after 5 seconds. Then I have 2. Then I spawn 2 more wolves after 5 seconds. Then I have 4, and one of them will despawn. So I have 3, then I spawn 3 wolves. It's kind of like ramps up basically. I wonder how Nagu and C will go. Because CRC is 3 wolves every around 4 seconds. But I also have to attack, and I can't just run. And Nago say is 6 wolves every 5 seconds. But it needs some ramping. Infernal Horde is unchanged. Chaos Waves and Bardock are still there. But the Chaos Rifts in dungeons don't exist, and in Helltide. Wait, does it even work at all? Where's my wolves? Hello? There's a wolf. 1. I should have like 3 or 4 now. What is this? Obviously he's fucked up with the wolves. There's 1. Oh, they also die, actually. They're getting killed. Oof. Can I get a speed farm like this? Maybe not. Yeah, now it works. But why did I not get anything for like the first half minute? Or were they just like stuck somewhere behind? Like, where's my wolves? I just had them all rammed. Now they're all gone. It just seems like it's not working properly with the combo. Okay then. Just do this. I mean, it's also like a pretty formidable wolf army. CRC is fine. So I think that's the combo then. Yeah, but everything else is very good. It's not a very fast build usually, but more of like a push angle. But yeah, I will push like in the 90s for sure. I played it a bit yesterday. After Season 10 theme, I think Season 11 theme is too weak in terms of variety as gameplay. And Season 10 didn't really interact with gameplay much, besides, okay, we wanted to farm certain things to get the chaos items. Season 11 actually changes gameplay in different content and rewards and what you want to farm. Yeah, that's nice. That's pretty okay. But I think if I was going to play Rogue in Season 11, I will do Heartseeker. Been running Dancing Knives Rogue this season, it's a blast. That might be Ava's then that you have seen. I was also playing a bit of Dancing Knives. I did want to try some Bond action, but for that we have to get Tempers. Which means you need to have yellow items. Which means you have to be around level 15, which is when we get Evade. But it would be fun to level with something like Rock Spitter anyway. Season 11 is in around 5 weeks. It looks like a major step backwards. No, I don't think so. I mean, okay, maybe if we take it like season by season, you could say, yeah. Like if you look at season 10 being like, you know, the best season we've had so far, and then season 11 comes out, it's very hard with like such a major shakeup to get everything right in one go, right? But if you look at, you know, what comes after season 12, season 13, expansion 2, and so on, and, you know, now they're laying the groundwork for all that, I think it's gonna be fine. Plus, this is just a PTR. Always remember that. The PTR is always fucked up. Yeah, I don't expect season 12 the expansion. That'll be kind of wild, to be honest. I think they're gonna give it at least 2 seasons after this year. You're effectively getting an expansion already right now, just without a new continent and stuff. Now they have to fix everything. Morning, Maxim. Let's see how much the barrier does. Oh, a lot actually. Crushing hand pretty legit. So far I've not pressed a healing potion. No. Okay, let's see the boss. I'm gonna be a bit slow. I don't have any resolve stacks actually. Can I get resolve stacks? No, right? There's no basic that actually generates resolve or something. Unlucky. Just put an extra point. Could also do the knockdown. I think the extra point is probably better. Where's Diablo? It's an expansion 3, I guess. Personally, I'm very glad they didn't put Diablo into like the very first, version of the game. Then he dies on day 2 and becomes just a punching bag for the next 12 years. I think it's gonna be really cool after like, a half-decade build-up or something to actually see Diablo. And he's like a fucking badass kicking ass. That's gonna be fun. And then he can also like stay relevant for, like, the entire rest of Diablo 4. Who comes first, Diablo or Baal? Diablo, I think. It's gonna be exactly Diablo 2. Mephisto, Diablo, Baal, I think. I wonder if it's worth doing this actually. I don't think so. Where the hell is he going? What the fuck? He's going invisible? Didn't know that's a thing. Holy stagger. It has a timer. Oh, he has a timer. Ah, fuck. I forgot about the boss XP. Okay, we got 4 levels. Sure, I guess. I wanted to see like how much this is worth doing. So it doesn't seem worth at all. This was very slow. And we have very high damage right now. Oh, the duration extension is on the upgrade, right? 2 seconds per kill. Okay. So 25 cooldown, 6 seconds uptime, then it's 8, 9.75, 11.25, 12.5, 13.5, 14.25, 14.75, and then it goes down to 0.25 from there every kill. So another 10 seconds. It's 4 kills per second, so you need 40. It's something like 50 kills with Ravager to keep it up permanently. In 25 seconds, so 2 kills per second is the target. That's not too bad, actually. There's a lot of parasites. Dude, Spiritborn leveling and hard is like such a different experience compared to like Rogue or something. Holy fuck. That's just fucking insane. Now all we need to get is like some yellow boots. Let's say attacks reduce your cooldown. Is the AI monster change noticeable? Yeah, it definitely is. And maybe it's just Crushing Hand being OP, to be honest, for early levels, because you also get the barriers all the time. Just very good. Nothing want Vortex yet. I think just to put more points here. Wait, that's too much. Do I need the white item salvage mods for anything, actually? I think for tempering you need red crystals. And for imprinting as well, I believe. I want to check this real quick. Why are other classes so undertuned for leveling? Yeah, I mean... I wouldn't say Spiritborn feels very overtuned, but it definitely feels easier. I think it's mostly because we get the area from Crushing Hand. This is the main reason, because you just have sustain, because you start at level 1, you have no healing besides your potion. And this thing is basically healing, right? So this is mostly why. So it costs 25 chunk and 5 crystal. And imprinting, just 5 crystal. So this means the TLDR is, we don't care about actually this, right? 4 chunks. Can definitely drop these. Because most of the time you're gonna do 1 temper and walk away anyway. So if we need inventory space, I probably wouldn't necessarily go back for it. You mean the classes aren't balanced for leveling? I mean, leveling balance is also just not a very high priority, I think, in a game like this. You know, it should be like somewhere in the same ballpark and the rest is whatever. And then, okay, we're talking about entire classes right now, right? I'm just playing like one build on a Spiritborn or something, right? You can also do Quill, you can also do Rake, you can also do Stinger. All of these will feel different from what I'm doing now. And it's the same on like Necro, right? If you level Necro with minions, it's easy time. If you level Necro without minions, different story. Then you can do both these things in like 7 different versions. Seems to be dropping a lot of these materials here. 2, 2, 2, 2. Treasure. You can't run away. Holy. Legendary polearm. Unrelenting. Oh my god. Very balanced. Okay. Delete it, I think. This is unethical. Now, what about Scourge? I don't really want to fear them away. I think 1 point in armored height is fair. So now we can do this. Like some big damage. This game has such a weird behavior how it can activate it. Like it just doesn't activate sometimes, I don't know why. I press it like 3 times and then it activates. Where's my resolve stacks? What the fuck? Oh, this is the enhancement actually. I mean, I would probably be better than Evade now with Unrelenting Aspect. And you can also undercut from Codex actually. You can definitely compete with Evade while leveling now, I think. Because some of these aspects have gone pretty insane. And not only that, actually, you don't even need to evade. You can just attack. There's no point in evading necessarily. You just get the feathers on top. Someone failed this event. We're just pressing Toxic Skin, this guy almost exploded. Dude, these feathers are insanely overtuned. What the fuck? 64. 50. Where's my... I heard the sound of like the Hellborn spawn, but the bar is just full and nothing happens. What's going on here? Ring going to plan, guys. 2 life, 1 kill. I'm doing that actually. Although 9 vulnerable damage sounds juicy. Alright, you can also do enrich scrap 100 to 10. So this will be pretty good. At this point, you could probably do a temper even. Like 1 damage temper. Let's try to get a low roll. 37 is fine. Need that aspect. What aspect? It's kind of weird because sometimes you do like the whole like, you know, Thunder Spike and then evade, but it doesn't really matter. Because you just shoot the feathers before already. Yo, Luciferus, thank you, man. Ditch. From 1 explosion, holy. This penitent, I guess. I have to get used to this new explosion animation, man. Like the previous one was like so much more obvious, I feel, and here like I don't really notice it well. Does sword even trigger the feathers, I wonder? Let's see if we can like cheat our way up a little bit and still have enough damage. Thank you, Oren, as well. Appreciate that. One thing about the new dog pants. They help. That's nice to stay relevant for a bit longer, but inevitably you go poison trap later. And they don't really solve any of the problems with the charges and stuff, I think. They're kind of clunky to play with. I think they need like a big update. Reduce evade on boots or extra charges? Yeah, you want reduce attacks reduce evade cooldown. Yeah, they have one extra charge anyway from acceleration. Money. Enough and kill us pretty good actually. The ultimate that I care about. Devourer, I guess. That's the Devourer angle. You can actually heal a lot. But only when Outline is active. Okay, never mind. On the city just because. Wait, do we do Eagle Eagle? Maybe we don't care that much about the ferocity stacks. I think Eagle Eagle is the way, maybe. Now we just need to find a loyalty, no problem. Okay, get supremacy online. Holy. It's fucking... Can I do auspicious? Realistically? I think yes. There'll be some extra sustain, which is gonna be kinda nice. 20 damage. Getting very squishy here. Okay, you get rid of this fucking toxic skin, man. This toxic skin is annoying. It just never procs when I click it. It just doesn't happen. Fuck. I mean, ferocity stacks, we could go faster and stuff. If the Russian claw resets. Oh my god. Kinda fucked, yeah. It's a goblin. Gelatinous, holy. Let's see if he's still there when he come back. That's actually not a chest. Okay. I'm missing one. Actually, I was supposed to kill like 4 of these guys. And they're all running in different directions. Why is it only weapons that drop? Oh shit, okay, we got 2. Unpenitent was a bit rough for me, so underleveled. I mean, in a real scenario, it would be stronger, I think, because I'm getting too little loot for my levels. With the extra maggot XP, we're already level 37. I have 18 points. Could have had vital strikes here. Very good, most of them. 41 damage. That's pretty good. Well, that works too. Okay, just out of curiosity, let's try a penitent on the city. Because you want to do a... want to get the skill point there. Would we go for another temper now? Maybe a second temper is in order at this point. Like a quick roll on one or two of these things. Okay, we've got a lot of points. So I think this is an auspicious angle. We get vital strikes. And yeah, now we just have nothing else to take anymore, right? Build is done. F. Maybe this, but we barely have any uptime of it. Can do this maybe as well, so we can do a bit more rushing claw. Season 11 coming with the loot revamp. Yes, there's a revamp for tempering, masterworking, and items themselves. Okay, vital strikes we should be pumping now. Somehow I feel like you don't get any Kuras tributes anymore while leveling. I think they completely removed them or something. And PTR ends in 6 hours, I believe. So you're gonna do a bunch of like evade stuff now. And see the progression one more time and the leveling. Some stuff. How much cooldown reduction is this? 70. Which means you should be fine, just like a perma evading now. We don't have the evade charges that we're supposed to have. So can't exactly perma evade. I mean, not using the points because you won't have them in the season start. Points are now unlocked through basically the season journey, which is called season rank now. Evade Spirit bonus balanced, I gotta say. Look at that. Let's see the real boss. Oh wait, it's gonna be Andariel actually, right? But is there a way to not fight Andariel? Like in Pit you can choose if you fight Belial, but here you can't, I think, right? Actually, we can't change this. I would like to try and see how Rushing Claw feels at the resets. Maybe instead of like evading, we can do like evade, Rushing Claw, evade, Rushing Claw. Go very fast this way. This might actually be even better. Somehow we got to 4 out of 4. And also got a new objective completed. Why does Bliss close the 4 PTR so fast compared to WoW? I don't know, it's just how the development cycle works, I guess. I mean, WoW has like a, insanely long development cycle, right, for each major patch. I guess RPGs like have a smaller one. Yeah, there's not really anything else to take really for me. But I want to try this. Yeah, I don't think it's about needing more time or wanting more time. It's more about, I don't know, PTR is like not easy for them to do or something. Or maybe it's too costly, or, you know, it needs too much depth attention and whatever. Or, I don't know. I mean, they see most of the stuff that they will see anyway in the first week of the PTR, and then there's not gonna be a lot more things to see after that. In addition to, you know, people also kind of getting too much of the season before the season actually launches, right? Like if you look at this way, like, you know, you can play 1 week of PTR and just do everything you want and then just not even play the normal season. You can't really do that in WoW, right? You can't be play the PTR and then just not play the patch. I mean, okay, technically you can, but, you know, like in WoW, you have your character and your progress and you have your guild and your raid and whatever, right? And here, well, you play a character for a week, you're done with that character, right? And then you just never have to play it on live anyway. On live, you'll play another character, if anything. You're not going to play the same thing. Or you just don't play it at all, right? So I guess this is maybe also a part of the consideration there. If they make the PTR too long, a lot of people will just be done with the patch before it ever rolls out. This doesn't really happen in WoW. Unless you like actively want to like unsubscribe and not play the game at all or something. Blizzard says in order for us to get a new class, one current class needs to go. Which class would I choose to be deleted? Necro. I think that's a pretty easy choice. It feels to me like Necro is the least developed and probably the least popular class. Or maybe Druid wins on the least popular. Rip Macro Bio Boy. I don't know. Maybe we'll be happy to finally be free from Necro prison. Yeah, it could be that that Druid is like least popular. But it's probably not really far off from Necro anyway. And at least like Druid is more interesting, I think, as a class and the class design and so on. Necro is just so undercooked, I feel. Needs evading actually, I can just rushing claw. I should get Macro Bible on call and ask him the same question. Let's see what he says. And Jackson was asleep in the necro meetings. Oof. Are you surprised I didn't say Barb to piss you off? I don't want to piss you off, and I like Barb. Barb is probably my second most played class in this game after Rogue. Although maybe Spiritborn has become the second now. I've played a lot of Spiritborn since the expansion. Oh my god, man. And these fucking explosions, man, you don't see them. This was actually made worse, I feel. We also lost 150 cinders. GG. Let's see a boss. So this leveling run is like 45 minutes now or something? Oh, 45? Okay. I don't know what to pick anymore. Can do this for Unstoppable. Because I don't think I care about the Vortex very much. Yeah, I can't believe, man. Were like the blood builds like ever good since the expansion? Like Blood Surge, Blood Lance? I feel like they have been shit for like at least a year and nothing has happened. It's ridiculous. know why the gravitational aspect isn't making borderline its orbit anymore. Because they changed it. This is not what gravitational says. What the fuck? Wait, how much damage did the meteor do? XP! This is a very balanced leveling experience, guys. Right? Before, when have minions been OP? Ah, we had like minion necro in season 4, that was a huge thing. That was like the most popular build back then, I think. I remember Chronix streaming to like 800 people or something because he had a minion guide on Maxwell. And I mean, minions have been relatively strong since season 4, I'd say. And like, you know, necrominions were always good since then, basically. And, you know, we also had stuff like Companion Druid with Wolves, and now also with Ravens. That was, you know, basically like top tier build in season 10. And yeah, Wolves have always been hovering around the top somewhere, which is kind of clunky to use. And then we had like the, you know, the skelly builds, we had the mage builds. It's all stuff for the necros. It's actually sub 1 hour run to 60, it's kind of wild. I was even like try-harding too much. I have 21 points, by the way. What the fuck am I gonna do? Can do this. I have no idea what to do with all these points. I guess I do Mirage. I need a weapon, man. I don't think I've gotten a weapon. Like, my weapon is like level 46. It's like no damage. But that's a solution, I suppose. Actually, I could be running counterattack. I think I should do counterattacks to actually avoid stuff. And I actually should test counterattack a little bit against like elite affixes. For example, in the past, Fire and Shana could not be dodged when it explodes, I think. But maybe now it can. A druid version that is not based on shapeshifting. You know what that reminds me of? Yeah. Like this. Like, hey, we need a plan for a new druid build next season. Yeah, how about we buff Tornado, Werewolf? How about we buff Polarize? How about we make a human druid? And then, you know, this is probably how every single druid meeting went, you know?
What is this?
In the past. This is probably it. We were just talking about human druid and how that never came to be.
Can you check what I sent you in Discord afterward?
Right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not big.
Okay, Nini sent us something. Uh-huh.
It's funny.
Yes.
Show it.
Okay, Nini sent me this, yeah? One second. Okay.
How does AI know me?
Well,
Are we open about our
it
relationship?
seems like they know everything.
You know we're open.
Well, maybe they're listening through your phone or something.
You like our breakfast? Wudijo has shared that Nineveh makes him happy and uses a heart emoji in post with her, which is common for announcing relationships. Is that was your way to announce a relationship? Hi. Okay. Why the exact date of the proposal isn't stated? Well, we have many proposals. I haven't said yes yet. His post suggests they are engaged, as he refers to her as someone he's found and is incredibly happy with. Are you happy?
Mm-hmm.
No. The Greek culture got you. By the way, we have a national holiday today. It's the anniversary of when we said no to Germans. So I'm saying no to you all day to honor my ancestors.
Okay.
You want lunch?
No, I'm fine for now.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You haven't eaten in your breakfast yet. I want a juicy steak.
Same. Okay, I have actually nowhere to put these fucking points, guys.
Hi, Bas. When are you gonna invite me for coffee?
I did.
When?
Like 3 hours ago?
Here. You said to come for coffee.
Wait, who?
What?
Who's coming for coffee?
Did you tell me to come for coffee here?
I mean, I suggested coffee, but I guess not.
Okay, I guess you're busy. Maybe chat invites me for coffee at some point. More chances for that. Yank the PC cable, easy. Should I?
What?
Okay, that's true. It's the last day of PTR, every second counts, it's true. What are you testing now?
I was doing a leveling run with Wadesbury 1.
You have a lot of things to test until the end.
Yeah, I'm basically gonna do a bit of a progression run and this build, and then maybe a few, like 2-3 more builds or something like that. That's the plan for now.
No, I haven't tried the PTR. I don't like getting spoilers. What?
You also don't read patch notes?
No,
No.
I haven't read anything. I admit.
How about PoE?
About PoE, that's another thing. You need to always be prepared in PoE.
Well, you can just log in and start blasting.
In D4 it's much easier to do that. In PoE, no. Not for me at least. Anyway, have fun.
Thank you.
I need your breakfast.
I need to get a weapon actually. This weapon is actually super outdated. Dude, I got 9 toughness from this armor roll. 9. Giga cooldown, holy. Would I have a evade cooldown temper? That is actually part of the normal tempers, right? Evade cooldown. So I could do that. At least one. get a new weapon. Plus 280 damage. Okay, this is triple. Seems good. Let's not temper this one. We have 3 tempers now, which is probably somewhat realistic at this point. And then yeah, the binding. Okay. And yeah, so an invade temper. Invade cooldown. I totally forgot we can also get the when I need to remember the vendors. Vendors are gonna be huge actually. Want to follow through. So I probably do normal. Sapphire and then diamonds. Do you have any runes? Get a full rune. That's kind of funny. But no way to be triggered. Actually, mobility on my cover. If you do like 6 rushing claws, you trigger this. Seems kind of shit though. Do you have tempers? Yes and no. I guess this is something we could do, and this, and this. This. But besides that, I don't really see much to put here. What my overall thoughts on PTR? Good or bad? Good. What if we have about 4 affix items? Yeah, we don't have enough interesting affixes to put on our gear, so this is a bit yikes. But yeah, if they add more in the future, that will be more interesting, I think. And just for the fact I don't have to fight this guy for like 3 minutes, it's worth doing this later when you're overleveled, I feel. The capstone. I feel like the reward you get for doing the capstone is not enough compared to how it used to be. They need to make the reward of the capstone bigger. Like, how about it actually unlocks expert difficulty when you do the first capstone and unlocks penitent and the pit when you do the second capstone or something. Then we get a bit of the feel back from what we had in the past. Would I actually go faster by just evade and weaving? Or running? Can't tell really. I think the rushing claw plus run strat is probably the way, or maybe like some combo of evading and rushing clawing. They said we're making crafting journey shorter, no more breaking, but then put sanctification. I mean, sanctification is pretty optional. Tempering is not. How many people on Reddit are saying they're ruining the game? Yeah, I mean... It's PTR, guys. Oh, there's an ambulance stage up on this. Interesting. The ball with the neck. I'm talking about Barbarian and Sedic. I mean, Barbarian and Sedic will not exist anyway, I think. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. And I mean, in general, most of the sanctification upgrades are relatively optional. It's like extra life, damage, stats, whatever. Okay, there's some stuff like cooldown and resource cost reduction in there that could potentially have an impact on build existing or not. Or like, you know, certain breakpoints you can hit that now makes the build feasible or something like that. But this is gonna be like, you know, a very few cases. Like all of my testing I've done without sanctification on this PTR. I didn't do any sanctify on anything. And for the most part, it will just give you something like double or triple damage from offensive aspects or random stats. And then maybe double the toughness from some defensive aspects, plus a bunch of random bullshit. And that's gonna be the end. Now, one thing that is interesting though is that potentially you can get so many offensive aspects that you can actually combine builds. Like 2 builds into 1. So that will be interesting to see. And after that, kind of explore that territory a little bit. But yeah, I haven't really done that yet. And it's also not something that's in the scope of the PTR, I think, for me. Because the aspects don't really exist right now. But yeah, we have builds that are largely based on offensive aspects and not on uniques. You could actually think about combining builds into the same setup. Because at some point you're gonna have so many offensive aspects that you don't really have much more to get. Maybe it would be worth to actually have like a second skill or something in your build. That could be cool. I mean, sanctification is definitely going to be very imbalanced, because there's like very high RNG, a lot of high roll potential. You know, you can get crazy outcomes, but I mean, that's the fun part of the system, right? But there's not going to be really builds that exist because sanctification exists or something like that. Maybe like a very few examples and that's it. Everything else is just you play the build and it becomes better when you sanctify. You know, like compared to Chaos Armors, for example, you definitely have a much easier time making the builds that are Chaos Armor specific. Or like, you know, sanctification specific. So it appears you can actually dodge the new explosive affix. I just stood in like 3 explosions and pressed counter attack and it worked. Interesting, here's the poison explosions, they still exist. I don't think I've seen them very much. I'm getting a tiny bit of XP from the butcher. Like a quarter of a bar. I'll try the third capstone right after this and see how that goes. Yeah, this leveling run with capstones was like 1 hour 15 or something. But if you haven't used the maggots, get a lot of XP from the maggots. So it's good, like, I don't know, 10 levels there and like another 5 levels here and a little bit in between, I guess. Still kind of wild. I think Evade might actually be a build where you don't have to run Massive Header Campaign and you are almost the same speed when the season comes. It depends on how much they will nerf the maggot XP. I hope they will tell us how much they're gonna nerf it. That'll be good to know, to make that decision on the season start. Funny enough, this butcher seems to be weaker than the other butchers that hunt you inside the dungeon. Yeah, it took a while. Okay, let's see, T1. Yeah. Are you gonna play this, Robert? Well, actually, I'm curious to see how is like T1 Lilith. I'll just go there now. These are be kind of blasted for this T1 dungeon. I wonder how the bosses will be. Good luck. $3,000 toughness. We're chilling here. On evade. Bitch. I was trying to attack instead of evade at the end to see, but then he just blasted me. Kind of funny, it's actually kind of doable, but I think the last boss might be rough with 4k toughness. So let's see a T1 pit, not changing anything. You should probably get enough XP to hit level 60 in this run. I mean, like 66%. Season 11 hardcore is gonna be spicy. Yeah, it's gonna be a ton of fun. I'm excited for it. Yeah, afraid Blizzard's gonna change their mind on the difficulty of the game. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, some stuff is a bit out of whack, I think, in general. Like some of the elite affixes could be tuned better and stuff like that. And that will generally make the experience much smoother. But yeah, I think they've done like a pretty good job at the rebalance. Why do people want D4 to be cookie clicker? Good question. I mean, also, there's like other things, like for example, leveling experience. Like if you start leveling on hard difficulty, you get pretty annihilated if you don't know what you're doing. Which I guess is fine, you know, it's supposed to be hard after all. But even normal, something similar can happen. And that is a bit of a problem. Not that much easier on normal. And they should at least make sure that, you know, there is like an easy experience on normal. And that is currently not necessarily the case. Are resistances easier to solve? I don't solve them anymore. They just exist. Tone 1 unlocked. Yeah, so Tone 1 farm right away. This is a level 58 weapon. This is easy. So now we take our oboes and get a bunch of stuff. Holy. Are these the right boots? Evade charges. Actually, do we want evade charges at this point? Maybe. Could be cooldown on the helm. Could be cooldown here, but realistically we can't really roll it. So we just have to go with what we get now. What do we have here? Layered wards, soil power, menace, prudent, eluding. Edge masters doesn't actually work. Oh, hitting an enemy has a 41% chance to reduce the evade cooldown. And here. So I guess we go for flawless for now. Let's put a few points here. I don't know where to put all these points, man. This is the fortitude pots, I guess. Let's leave them out for now, though. Maybe just a potion and one instance. Like, life. Like plus 25% life. Kinda crazy. Okay, we are on Torment 1. Let's say farm a bit of steel. How much steel did we actually get when we open like a chest or something? Is there an extra FX in Season 11 compared to 10? Yeah, you get 4 FXs on gear, but you only temper 1 now. I totally forgot my tempers, by the way. But it seems like it doesn't matter. Someone one chest and see if we get living steel. Let's see what happens when I take off this amulet here. Seems fine, actually. Yo, a lot of fire. Thanks, man. And chain rockets. Appreciate subs. Yeah, I don't need more XP anyway, so let's just check. Ah! The hell did I just end it? Oh my god. Okay, let's just secret garden. I want to see how much living steal we get. Like how fast could we farm at Loyalty's Mantle? It drops from Grimoire, I think. Maybe another boss? Okay, it's only Grimoire actually. Okay, pretty easy. Does he hurt us? What about the lightning? It's alright. So you got 3 legendaries, and there's a lot there. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of additive damage here. For 4 seconds after dodging an attack. We're gonna have like 80% dodge just like evading around. Maybe it's worth it. Do I like managing? Or like a pit? Yeah, we're gonna be squishy in Season 11 a lot. Defenses actually matter again. How about the capstone now? Instead of the Devourer, we could also run Protector, actually. Actually has a real damage buff, right? And 30% AR, Barrier. And it's 12 seconds, 30% damage. It's pretty good, to be honest. At least until we go Wushnak Bar. Otherwise, yeah, just doing a evade run right now. Started leveling and stuff. It's a very fun and fair and balanced experience. Yeah, it's like the final hours of testing, so I'm just like, okay. Maybe trying to get like another general feel for stuff. Okay, I'm like stuck in some bubble here. What the hell are I talking about, JE? You don't have to do these spires, right? You can just go straight to the boss. Okay. I wonder if they're gonna buff these bonus objectives, because I feel like they're all relatively shit. It's just like a little chest with a bunch of obols and a few items that pops out. OJE, are you like drunk or something? Oh, these guys are a bit tanky actually. I drop a lot of health potions. Can just stay in all the AOEs and... Okay. So it turns out the secret bonus objectives is only in the boss fight. Can't click the things in the rest of the dungeon. Wait, why is this item level 57? 69. Nice. It also doesn't have a level requirement. It's a level 1 item in this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the final patch will look very different, especially as I expect a lot of buffs for like some of the underperforming builds. Like, you know, some classes don't really have a lot of build variety. Like, I feel like Druid, Sorg, they have like, you know, 1 or 2 builds maybe that are like really good and then nothing. So they definitely have to make sure that there's at least like a handful of builds that are all kind of solid on every class, I think. Spirit one is doing fine. I think evade might be a bit too much. Okay, it's time to do some tempers. So let's assume we don't have Storm Feather Potency temper yet. We're just gonna do random 50% damage tempers. And we go T2 with what we got here. Okay, seriously, it's getting weird. Your Stormfire is after 200 million primary hull base damage. I mean, I don't really look at the number, but 200 million sounds good. That's over 5,000 times more, or 6,000 times more than me right now. These Storm 2 at least are dying pretty fast. We get like some other minor upgrade. Let's put like 1 Paragon cluster, for example, or something, and we should be fine. Hi, Jinx access. Heading 56% on ring takes it from 1500 to 1800. Yeah, that's like a plus 20%, 21 or so. Seems pretty normal. You probably have like 2-3 other Storm Feather tempers. So let's say you have like 100, I don't know, 50 or so from other sources, and you add 50. That kind of checks out. That's a plus 20 multiplier. We can take a look. Stormfighter potency is a multiplier. It doesn't interact with anything else. Since Spirit Hall potency is now gone. Actually, I think loyalties is still a Spirit Hall multiplier, right? Or is it also changed? Maybe it's also changed to the speed damage now. Let me see Wushnak Pa. Nobles. Okay, it also says potency, but there was something about it in patch notes. But anyway, let's look at our number here. 27k. Get 29%. Now it's 42k. Didn't have like potentially any buff. Ah, wait, I forgot the helm. So I think they might stack, right? So 27,000 divided by 2 times 2.29. That seems more like it. $32 and 10. Now it says 7. That seems a bit sus with the loyalty. 181. 722. What the fuck? Okay, we can see the percent number, right? 140. 181. So that checks out. So Stormfighter potency checks out when I don't have loyalty, but loyalty makes it kind of weird. Also didn't change. And it's not just about loyalty and multiplying it. How do we get to 722 when you have 181? I don't have any other Stormfighter potency. Like even without it, it's 560. And this is 140. So it's a times 4 for some reason. And not times 2, it should be times 2. It's like doubling it twice. And funny enough, it doesn't update. So it still stays 140 when I change my Spirit Hall. So it's also snapshots in a really weird way. For target dummy. Chaos Armor goes to Eternal Realm, but it loses the unique effects. But some stuff will be pretty OP, like Ebon Piercer, Littlers, and so on. Might be more fists, maybe. Yeah, okay, I mean, if they like divide by 2, evade with loyalty, It would probably be fine then. It's still pretty OP for leveling and stuff, but yeah, let's get rid of Variana. No, maybe, yeah. It's probably fine. Yeah. That's my crit chance. Very low. Okay, that should kind of cover it. Where's that variance coming from? Why do I have so much variance? The binding moras, I guess, because I'm getting close. For the slow. Yeah, so that checks out. Does it have dex? Doesn't have dex. Okay, so it doesn't have any damage stats. So this is just a multiplier, as expected. And what about this thing? Somehow it updated this time, but I'm not sure why. So he did lose the damage. Here we gained it again. This also worked out. It says 181. I think the tooltip is just not updating quite properly. It says 181. But we definitely do the higher damage. Yeah, 30.6k. Now it says it's 181. But you're doing no damage. 2.4. But I'm comparing the number, 2.4, and then we have this. 13.6. Now we have to discount the 40% wound. $2.4, yeah. So for some reason you get a ×4 for the main haul. It exactly checks out. 2.4k. Now what happens if we do this? No Jack and Shell. Yeah, 722. Yeah, let's see the new values. You have 6.5. And 12.35. See this again. Oh, we removed the helm as well. 6.52. Okay. So these are the numbers actually. Okay. So now when I press this button, it seems like we have 400% potency, so we should go to 640 potency. So it should be 10.4. Do we get anything else on casting this thing? No, no, and this is only after it's over. Then we can wait 5 seconds. Now everything is critting. Okay, here, 4.8. 13.4. Seems like double. Almost exactly double. What? Oh, oops. Let's try this again. $31.5. $4.8. What? So it should be roughly 60% more damage. It should be exactly 60% more damage. But instead, I get 480% more damage. This doesn't check out at all, actually. What the fuck's going on? Okay, let's see what happens when I do this. What was this? 13.4. Okay, so how do you get to 13.4? Let's see. Earlier we had 1.16k. This will be 3.9, which is still like triple. I think there's something wrong with the potency in general. Like, I have no idea how does it calculate it, but something is really fucked. Yeah, I press Wushang Pa 2085. Look. Now it's 181. It's like at times 11.5. But it should do at times 3.4. Okay, there it is. I think it's just squares. It just does it twice. This is exactly what happened with loyalty as well. It's 100% and then doubled again. And I think the same happens here. It's times 3.4 and then times 3.4 again. It just applies twice. If we have a different Wushnak Pa, we will probably see the same result. Razor Wings is pretty much the next season. I mean, there's so many good Spirit Bombers, I wouldn't bother with Razor Wings. Can we get a bit different? Oh my god. Okay, 200. $16.25. Yeah. Yeah, it just squares the bonus. That's it. So Stormfeather potency seems to work exactly as it should. But let's try, just in case, get another Templar for Stormfeather. No ranged. Payback is ranged, kinda, Angora. But yeah, evade also is, I guess, kinda ranged. This thing doesn't have any damage. Okay, but I can't also do anything with this. 4, 5, 2. Eight, 3, 5. It's 85%. We have 25, 50, 80, 4.5. Yep. Okay, that seems fine. Now, four, 6, 7, 6. 2, 5, 3, 4. Okay, that also checks out. Okay, so Storm Feather potency, everything is working fine. It's just the Spirit Hall potency that's fucked. Now the thing is, do we have that same problem on the other Spirit Halls? That is actually important. What happens on the others? So what if I do this? It says 100%. Now it says 200%. Now it says 400%. So that seems fine. Very 9.6. Okay, 47.5. Oh my god, man. The 1 second timer is very unforgiving. Holy shit. Should be 20 point something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, there, that's 23. Okay. So that seems fine. What if I do this now? Wait a minute. It just doesn't change at all. Where's my Jagger Hall buff? Okay, so 11.8k is the normal haul. Then we saw 23.7k, which is double of that. And we had nothing here selected, but 200% from this. And then we saw like 35k, which is like triple of that, when we had Jaga Hall and Vushakpa. Now there's also just one very funny thing, which is that it's just snapshots. So now we're gonna hit 35k once you have the 5 stacks. And it will just stay there. There's the 35k. Now the Vushakpa is gone. And there's the 35k still. You don't have to press Hunter anymore. But now it dropped. And it's gonna be regular again, I guess. No, it's still 35k. Even though we didn't actually get this. Now I was playing the Beast Strike build with Gorilla main hall. So this whole snapshotting didn't really apply to us. But it turns out that the potency bug is probably only for Eagle. We can try it with Thorns and see what happens with the Gorilla Hall. Okay, seriously, Mariana, fuck off. It's enough. Okay, 40 is the Thorns. I'm not sure how my 52 Thorns can become 40. When it's supposed to do 150%. The fuck? And then I do 40 plus 80. And that. How the fuck does this work? This does not make any sense. So when I get 80 extra thorns, my damage goes up by 61, which is 80 is roughly 30% more than 61. I mean, I have 52 thorns, I do 40 damage. 52 is also 30% more than 40. Or the other way around. Somehow we're doing 23% damage too little. And another... Oh. This looks like it's just half the damage it should be or something like that. Looks like this does 75% of my thorns. Doing good, and yeah. $232. What? I guess it has to do with the ultimate damage and stuff. How is the phone singing for 6,300? When I have 300. Seems like it's basically all the protector. The old phones are like whatever. Absolutely shameful. 3-2 is amazing. Okay, I need to cast protectors like over here or something because he's like putting too many numbers there. Okay, 908. Uh, 44. Like, why is the number going up and then down again? Ah, this was the supremacy, I guess. Okay. 232. Okay, so we don't have the unsolvable and we don't have the 40% damage buff. Let's try this again. Six, 9, 8. That kind of checks out exactly. 232. So, okay. I think it's only the Eagle Horde that's bugged with the potency. We can try this as well. 4, 6. Okay, yeah, that seems to be fine. Let's do both at once. 931. That's times 4. So we have 100% bonus, 200% bonus. It's exactly times 4. Okay, so that's fine. So that's the one last thing, which is Centipede then. So it takes 453. Okay. What? $20. It just doesn't change at all. What the fuck? I know, 160. Ah, it was doubled all this time. What the fuck? Oh, we procced circle. Okay, that kind of checks out. $215. Yeah, okay, so this seems also fine, right? No, wait, it was 26 without anything. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Fucking worm. Blasting. How did I manage to like... Okay, wait a minute. I can cast him where I want, right? I can cast him like far away on the left. Let's try that. He has too much range. Okay, yeah. Seems fine. It's just Eagle Hall, that's buggy. I wonder if this happens on live server. I can actually log on live server and see. Kinda curious. I should probably have a Wishnack Power lying around. Oh, do we have a loyalty? We might have that as well. PoE is a hard game or look like Diablo 4. PoE is not very hard by itself. It's just very large and a lot of things to do right or do wrong. So if you know those things, then the game is not very hard. How's the season mechanic? Well, it's like a small step in the direction of Atlas Passive Tree, so I'm not gonna complain. It's crazy how long it takes to log into the live server compared to PTR. Live server is just completely fucked, it seems. Lucas. Yeah, on the wolf builds, you definitely need damage reduction. And even the bear builds kind of want it. I mean, in general, like every build wants damage reduction to some degree. Also, like, for example, bear builds don't really have, like, defensive aspects, really. So all you can do is, like, I don't know. Yeah, get the glyphs, I guess, and that should kind of cover it. At least the wolves, they have defensive aspects. Okay, let's see if we have a weapon. Okay, we have a Wushnak Power, but no loyalty. Good enough for science. How was Lightning Strike? Pretty good, actually. That's definitely gonna go into the 90s. Was also nice for farming. Paladin, waiting room, hopefully expansion soon, TM. Yeah. But I think it's gonna be at least 2 more seasons after this before expansion. Okay, at least 1 more season, I guess. So 11, 12, and then maybe 13. I'd be kind of surprised to see if they make such a big update and then just drop the expansion right after. Okay, 140. What? Oh. 560. So that is normal. So Life Story doesn't have this bug. Interesting. How long do you think to reach T4 in Season 11? In case difficulty stays the same with PTR? That will really depend on the build. But yeah, for Evade, you will definitely do this like in the first night. Even if they fix this double dipping bug, I think. You don't think it's a big update? It's getting sold bigger than it is? I disagree. This is definitely the biggest seasonal update we've had, including Season 4. Not counting the expansion itself in Season 6. This was not a content-focused update, but you know, the entire game is changing. It's not just about adding another class or adding another continent or something. How long will it take to get to a state where every class can achieve 150 pit with enough grind and no double the bugs? Well, ideally, this will never happen. But I don't trust that this will never happen. So let's say 7 seasons from now. Okay, now we have to calculate how much stronger am I because of the double the big bugs. So, first of all, Wudijo and loyalty should add together and not multiply, but they do multiply. And second of all, they both are squared. So, regularly I should have 500% potency, but I actually do have a lot. So we have roughly 12.8 times the damage that we should have when you have a 300% Wudijo and loyalty equipped. That seems very fair and balanced. So how much is that in PTS? Above 100, that is 28% per tier, so $10.5 PTS. Huh. So it turns out Evade is actually perfect if they fix the double dipping bug. This is exactly where it should land, I think. Minus 10 PTS sounds about right. They don't actually have to change the build then. Yeah, in Season 11 you don't have renown at level 1. You get it as you level to 60 basically. From various little things. Okay, so in order to play this, what do we do? I can take a Wushnak-Pa and just take off my helm. I take a mineral Wushnak-Pa and take off my helm. This would put me at... This is triple. And then times 9, so we times 9. We only would have a times 5. Okay. So we just take off the helm. It also has some stats and some dexterity. Now we have a problem though, it's just a cooldown. We kind of want the cooldown as well. So the other idea could be to just like not run Wushnak-Pa. Just put like some random shit weapon there with nothing. And then this is probably more accurate. We are missing the supremacy though. So yeah, if you want to do like some kind of like real testing, we have to use like a normal weapon. Something like this is kind of what Wushnak-Pa will give us. We don't have the supremacy ranks. Seeker is a focus skill, doesn't matter. Ultimate damage doesn't matter. Dex life. Attacks reduce evade ultimate cooldown is a problem though, so we kinda need that. Okay. I'm gonna figure it out in a second. I'm gonna be a minute or two. The dog. Say hi, man. Oh, a 40 stream streak. Holy. Hello. Okay, we're back. Let's continue a bit of like debate adventures. But you have to keep in mind that we are more powerful than we should be. Also, I don't know what I had imprinted on this stuff here. Acceleration, ribbon tail, alacrity. I don't know what I will do. So I get conceded. Combined strikes. Holy, 15%. Okay. Let's not overdo it for now. It's gonna go with this stuff. To get some gems. Okay. Let's go and wait, did we do unlock? I think we did the T2 unlock already, right? So we can try T3. Maybe loyalty. I think I didn't have that last time. Tier 35. Tier 40 actually. And also I need to fix my skill bar and my skill points. This and this. We do this, 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 and this. What's the cooldown on this thing? 36 seconds, oh my god. Well, we can do this and this, and now we have a 14 seconds cooldown. Getting there. And there's a chance to refund or something, right? 25% chance to refund a charge doubled against bosses. Okay, but I have to get hit twice, so I have to survive until the Seeker is gone. And I usually have to cast another one in order to kill them. And sometimes they like die right after. Okay. Let's also go for like the first Paragon node maybe. With some drive. Dodge, lucky hit, F. Maybe a second one. Okay. Hi Danny, by the way. Hi Lucas. Season 11 is on the 9th of December. Okay, the Storm 3 seems like a very chill. We don't have to Wushang farm right now, so we don't have the bug. Kinda sick. Made a random quill volley on the bar. Oops, I was pressing quill volley instead of Seeker. I wonder if I can get multiple charges back. Or can I only get one charge back per cast? But I have more chances to get one back? Maybe? Nah, kinda slow run though. Don't have enough evade going on here. Like evade tempers. Actually I have the wrong amulet here. There's evade. How long do we have to PTR? 3.5 hours, I think, right? Until it goes down. Okay, so we're gonna spend like another half or 1 hour on this guy. Then we can still try a few things. Why did he just like randomly almost get one-tapped? What the fuck? So now we're farming T3 already, just fine, I guess, if you have a bit more damage. First of all, let's change our amulet back to this one. We have evade cooldown. There's evade cooldown. Maybe, let's say we have a Judgement shell at this point. Here's a Judgement shell. This should help. Better ring. I mean, you don't need resource, attack speed, crit, lucky hit, healing, all vuln, all life on hit, all kill, all vigor, all life regen. So the only stats that are left are resistances and percent damage. So I'm actually gonna, this is actually like the ultimate ring right now. Dex, GA life, damage, vuln damage. It's kind of funny. We can also go for the what was the other ring called? I wonder if that's actually still good enough. Not Riffing Moon. Band of First Breath. I'm always getting the wrong one. Okay, how much Stormfeather potency are we gonna have? We're gonna have a glove, a ring, another ring, and then we have the glyph at some point. How much is that? 2%. How high does it go? $16.7 per 5 decks. Okay, it's a lot of Stormfeather potency actually. So per 2 dex nodes, we get a temper basically. It's not even the biggest board for it. You get 350. How much decks do we have? 110, 115? But we're not gonna run this. Okay, we'll have 110. So this will be 367. And then we get tempers. They are 37.5. 1, 2, 3. Here's Mushak Pa and here's Evade. So that's what I get from the Evade Tempers. If you combine that, the 3 tempers are 24% upgrade. So it's roughly 8% per temper. Okay, select like the root of is that a thing here? I want the third root of this. Is that a nah. Something like this, right? So 7.5% per temper. Not that much actually. It's only that much more than just like a crit temper or something. If I have 2000 additive, this is like 3%. But by now the Stormfeather potency is very good because we don't have the glyph and we don't even have it. Like we don't even have it. But we certainly don't have it maxed out. So you probably want a normal ring and just put Stormfeather potency. Assuming we have the temper manual at this point. Vigor when resolve is lost, resolve generated, maximum resolve stacks, and max life. So this is missing dex, and then 2 damage stats. And we gain 40% multi. We lose a 7.5 multi from the Stormfeather potency temper, which could be a GA. That'll make it like around 10% by itself. So if I can get something like a Conceded Aspect, it's definitely better than First Breath. Depends on the glyphs a little bit, but we have a lot of glyphs now. We have Kenny. Fulminate. Jack Plume. Talon. Spirit. We don't need Colossal. We probably don't even want it because it's only against close enemies. And doesn't even work with Gorilla. Okay, so I don't think we really want to do this. We have 5 good glyphs, so let's build. How many final days are we getting of PTR? 1, which is today. Seems like it's hard to get a ring like that. I mean, what are the aspects you're gonna put on this? Unyielding? Redirected? Conceded? And then there's one more, I guess. We could also run a Fist of Fate. Fist of Fate is not terrible. So I take this ring. Beautiful. And even came with Reducted Force. So I guess now we do unyielding hits. How do we trigger unyielding hits? I guess that's the bigger problem. We have this. Insane. Let's see if we can open a T4 with this. If yes, that would be kind of wild. How many broken mouses have I gone? Not many. My last one, it's probably like 5 years ago, but it didn't actually really break. I just got this one gifted to me by my brother. And it was just a follow-up version of the one I had previously. But the other one was not broken yet, actually. But it was kinda getting there, I think, slowly. After like maybe 8 or 10 years of use. And we can kinda do T4, turns out. Instead of rock splitter, we should put crushing hands on a bar. Because if you ever run into a situation where you get a some giga dot on you, like Belial pools or some shit, but you survive, but then the dot will kill you, you can just spam crushing hand and live. Although you're probably gonna live anyway, because of vital strikes. And even if they fix the double dipping bug on the Spirit Hall stuff, it's crazy how strong this build is. It's kind of interesting for like convenient chill farming. You can actually go Gorilla main hall, no loyalty, and you probably have enough damage anyway. Blast for T4 content. You get unyielding hits for free. Although this might be not the way. Hi, Symphony. Yeah, I have a brother. When is the event going online? What event? What is doing Belial? Belial is in the pit now. What is that? There's both of them. XP and Infernal Warp event. Ah, did they announce something? No, this is just like season 11 stuff. There's Andaria in Other City, Belial in the pit, Duriel in Helltide, and then also done as a world boss. Okay, what else would we upgrade now? We can get another aspect. The thing is, there's not really many good aspects anymore at this point. So it'll probably be a Fist of Fate angle. think Fail Suicide doesn't work with Vital Strikes. Ah, that's Vehement Brawler, that's actually kinda nice. Okay, Vehement Brawler is good. And here we're gonna do nothing. And we can also start doing some runes. How about runes? What can we do? Semgar. Yeah, Chuck and Shell, our cooldown is fine on this. What about a Neo Aeon? This also gives you evade cooldown reduction. Every 2 seconds, 0.2. It's kinda better than nothing, I guess. How's my barriers looking here? Can we do the barriers? There's Viscous and Revealing. And we are crowd controlling elites with the Seeker most of the time, but not always. And Viscous, we need 45% barrier to get the same bonus. 190% barrier to get the same as crowd control. Yeah, realistically, we have to get evade and bulwark here. $200. So you have 2 empty glyphs and 3 convert to bare minimum. Let's see this. And we added Vehement Brawler. So I should have something like double damage compared to what he just did. Cooldown is still a bit of an issue though. Let's do a 60. Okay, Blizzard announces boosted XP and seasonal currency with 2 Diablo 4 events. They're both starting at the same time. Okay. I have not seen this actually. Bonus XP in gold and increase Infernal Warp. Okay. Increasing Infernal Warp was kind of nice. I think what they should have done is, when they did this like double tree event, they should have just put like a chaos item into every tree cache. It was like 2 weeks in, and the PTR was coming and whatever, so they could have just done that, I think. We don't for Goblin event like last season. Maybe they're still gonna do one. See, they do like one every few weeks or something anyway. So maybe there will be a Goblin event later. Ditch. This thing does a lot of damage. I wonder how Labos on T4 will go with this. Da war schon. Yeah, I played Heartseeker earlier. It's pretty alright. If I play Rogue, I'll play Heartseeker. I played in Season 9 last time. Felt kind of like that again. I mean, Tom and Face though. Still cloney McClone. Yeah, on Heartseeker it doesn't feel bad to have the clone though, because you have the ping gorgers, and it's just kind of like spray and pray. That's alright. I don't mind it on this build. Let's see. It's already looking alright, yeah. Another like ×4 or so. This will be a pretty fast kill. Now, how would he still get a lot of damage here though? I can start adding the glyphs. I'm gonna try combo points for those. Yeah, rapid fire is very good with combo points, but it's mostly a pushing setup. This seems to be like a very shitty spot for Dex Glyph. Okay, good enough. I'm not gonna min-max this like a lot more now. Problem is still the cooldown mostly. Let's try Belial. Let's do a Quax. Don't need Gar anyway. Should probably do Zek and then go Shroud. Hi, Seb. Yeah, the lobbying rapid fire is kind of weird. It would be nice if there was like one option to play it and there was like another option that is like different or something. Okay, T4 Belial, let's see. Thatch. How much shadows do we have? Okay, this is kind of low. 10k life though. We're just dodging them. I'm not sure if they would one-shot me. Ugh. Okay, we're definitely a bit too squishy. We have to like upgrade our stuff. I haven't really changed my defenses since 4-2. If I was dying slightly faster, would be fine. You sure they will buff a lot of builds before season start? Yeah, me too. Okay, that's a bit cooldown. Save it cooldown. How much is that? 30%, wait. $45.5. So the target is usually 59. And I can roll cooldown on this thing. Minimum roll. Pain Culture. I don't really care about Pain Culture, but it has cooldown. Perfect. How about the 800 weapon? Wonderful. Max posts a video about interviewing D4 devs on the 4th. Oh, nice. Three, 2, 4. Not sure how this is calculated properly. We do T-Mods well. What about pants here? Very defensive pants. T-Walls is probably a bit optimistic.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you. Finest jewels in Sanctuary. Well done. Can't do that. Beware the envious, my friend.
Can I get like any more cooldown anywhere? Doesn't appear so. But I think it might be fine.
May your road be filled with wonders.
One second, guys. Okay, we're back. Where were we? I was looking for something to imprint. First I have to remove this thing. Okay. I'm not sure about those boots aspects. Let's try this. Yeah, Panicate toughness in town. I really need boots with multiple evade charges, not attacks reduce very cooldown at this point. The 2 charges are actually more of a problem. Okay, we're cruising for this though. Everything's getting one shot off screen. Crazy. I got boots. This should work. Thank you. Got a lot of stuff, guys. Well. Nini ordered some Indian today. I think it's gonna be interesting to see anyway, Nico. Regardless of who makes the interview. They probably only do it because they actually have something to say. Oh, I need to farm Belial now. So I have no Neef Iron. So let's see if it's gonna be easier this time. There are keys. Okay. Let's do a few. Thanks, Zaza. Yeah, PoE2 is D4, I would say. Both games are gonna be pretty big in the next, like, at least half decade plus. And PoE is like more for the hardcore audience, and D4 more for the casual audience in general. I like both a lot. Okay, we have 5 Nephi, let's try. I can't say I have watched much of Rax's videos in the last like few years or so, but I definitely hear from a lot of people that he seems very negative about D4. And I guess it's just not a game for him. But I don't really know what he's doing exactly. Ah, wait, I don't want to temper, I want to masterwork. Oh, here we go.
Wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
And the thing is, I don't really know what Rax is looking for. I guess he's explaining that in his videos. Okay, let's try this with those boots here. Yeah, if I like boss fights, PoE2 is definitely a better game than Zaza. It has amazing bosses. And going hardcore. Good luck. Yeah, Flurry Rogue is pretty good. You can definitely do uber little with that, but keep in mind that's a pretty tough encounter on hardcore. And pit 100 plus is also no problem. Okay, let's try a 65. And see how the maximum evade charge boots will go. Things work really well, actually. I wonder if I can not run Pain Gorges. 30% cooldown on Pain Gorges. It's noticeable, but maybe not required. Okay, let's see what happens without the glove. Would like D4 to be good for blasters again. Yeah, and then I guess good news. No? It's definitely become much more of a blasters game now. I'm just gonna ask the draft questions, become the new red shirt guy from BlizzCon. The blue hoodie guy. I mean, everyone knows him as a blue hoodie guy already, so that's not really an upgrade, I guess. Actually, I want to try one thing, which is like T1 Belial. I want to see how much Neve Irony you get there. If it also drops like one every kill or so. I mean, one thing about D4 is that, you know, once you're in Tournament 1, you can do everything in the game, right? You're not locked out from anything on any build, no matter how trash it is, no matter how little time you put into it. You can get everything, no matter what. So even if we're talking about, okay, the game is getting harder and whatever, I mean, you don't have to go to Tournament 4. You don't have to farm like pit 80 or push pit 100 or something like that, right? There's like not really a reason. If you want to play Shadow Imbue, Penshot Rogue with combo points, you can do that on Tournament 2. This thing drops no Nifaran. Unlucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items though on T1. What the fuck? How does it drop 6 items on T1? And the thing is that the loot quality and quantity is actually not really significantly higher going from Torment 2 to Torment 3 or from 3 to Torment 4. You know, the rewards don't go up very much. That's kind of like one of the big problems that D4 has, I think. And then again, like, why do you need good loot if the entire premise of what I just explained is, you know, you don't care about how weak your build is, you don't care how shit your build, your gear is. Why do you even need the loot in Torment 2 in the first place, right? Action time. Nah, I'm not the guy for that. I don't know. How do you react? Send like a reaction video school. I need that. And Belial has such a long death animation that when you die after him, you get auto respawned before he is actually dead. And have to do it again. There's no loot. Look. Oda's not gonna be the best barb build, guys. Not a long shot. Unless a miracle happens. Best barb build is lunge, I'd say. Round 3. My cooldown is 11 seconds. If I don't get any refunds, I'm just running out of charges here, I guess. And now we need the Wushak Pass, so I should try the same tier and try it with the Wushak Pass and see how it feels. Does the implicit go up? Leonidas Barb. It looks fun and does leap. I mean, Kick Barb. Yeah, I don't have very high hopes for that. Like, Kick is a very fun ability, but the problem is that it doesn't really have like any AoE whatsoever. I don't really expect it to be very good. And maybe just fun because it's like some novelty. And the naps.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary.
The chance for aspect is very low. Actually, it's not that low, it's just that offensive aspects are bugged. And they don't exist. I think the chance for an aspect is like, I don't know, 15%? But offensive aspects are currently bugged. Yeah, it's definitely rivals Crackle Sorg. But post-bug fixes, I mean Crackle might be the best build actually. They haven't done any PoE lately, or what, Bastard? You have an option to farm sparks of alts in Season 11. I'm pretty sure that's the same as before with the season reputation track and stuff. I should actually check a few more things there. The rewards, season rank and so on. Never played one, okay. Good luck, Bastard. 2 minutes 80, I think the details of the secret deformity are going to be announced soon. Well, I would say roughly a third has been announced. Plus, they didn't announce the expansion. Yeah, I guess they're waiting until they can drop the bomb, you know? Like, everything. Boom. With some badass trailer and everything. And now what you would actually want is 2 sanctified items with cooldown reduction on it. So I don't know, random pants and chest or something. Get some random cooldown. And then you will be chilling. We have 8.1 now. And 2 times 26.2 evade. So we had 50%. Usually you're aiming for 59%. So I think the cooldown from Sanctify is also like 8. If you get 2 of them, you're chilling. So make it 58. And a cooldown roll here. This could also be GA. There's not many good passives anyway now. I guess Acceleration and Brilliance. And that's it, right? There's like no other passes. It's to a 90.
Bright aura.
Dude, 20,000 life. Which are the best changes in the PTR? There's a lot of really good stuff. And the monster changes for sure, the sanctification, those are my 2 favorite things, I guess. The general, like, you know, power creep reduction, let's say. Dude, this is a 90. These guys are melting. What is going on? Also, I want to open that tower, actually. Soon TM, Dragon Dice. How about that? Alright, she's good as. Seems like those things you can't dodge. So the explosions you can, but the execution, no. Interesting. Dude, this is a tower 90, man. Look at the timer. What is happening? Didn't leave a pile? I think we lost. I left one there, right? Nice power pylon. Incredible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's new actually in Blue Skies. Yeah, on the Alchemist. You can do enriched scrap, which is 100 to 10 weight crystals. And then you can do 100 to 10 two legendaries and souls. I think that's gonna be kind of wild. Next season start progression is gonna be very good. Yeah, Pier 1 looks very good. But I haven't really checked out too much yet. Gonna do that after the PTR is over, which is in 2 hours, most likely. Okay, let's open 100 and see. I can't actually open 100. 95. Hey, Gunini. What game do you prefer, D4 or PoE2? Usually the one that has the newest release. I think overall I'm a big PoE2 enjoyer, but I mean D4 has been getting some pretty big upgrades in the last 2 seasons, including the upcoming one, actually. So maybe that one wins for now, we'll see. Just basically just blast both of them as much as I can. I shouldn't have much cooldown issues here, I guess, on push. Damn it, how much damage sometimes these guys take. This guy died in like 3 seconds. Yellow. I guess just the supremacy ramping. I just have that kind of damage. Look at this. Okay, see that these red orbs, they can be dodged. Ball blades can't be dodged. Chains of Command Necro. Holy. Actually, I still need to finish the Titan Quest update, true. I think I'm almost done with the Titan Quest playthrough. But then I just kind of let it sit there. Yeah, I think it's gonna, like, you know, collect feedback and stuff, and I'm gonna get all that stuff ready. And, yeah, we'll see. PoE we can do tomorrow. We'll do like a warm-up run or something in PoE. Of I don't know what. Guess we're gonna look around a little bit. At the scam looper. Not giving away anything on Discord. Okay, I think we've seen enough of evade for now. Never Sinks filter update that will evolve with your full campaign. Wait, what's happening there? Does that learn what you're looking for? Yeah, I think we still have to do a payback build to see that in action. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's nice. That's cool. What build am I on? What is this? Gorilla, Whoosh. This is a Beast Strike build. Oh my god, okay. Should I try to play this similar to how I did the other Thorns build? With Jack and Shell and everything running on cooldown, no Shroud, and go Bruiser's Aspect. I think we need a Temerity though to survive. Oh. There's no Endless Paragon farm in D4. think that the Paragon will increase over the years. I mean, usually the way this goes is that power creep settles in and stuff gets faster and not slower. I mean, I would expect that eventually we're gonna get some major update to the Paragon system because I think it's relatively boring. I'm not sure if I can survive without Armored Hide, then the block and the resolve. So let's see. You don't have to press Toxic Skin, it's just passive. We don't really have to press... Actually, we have to press counterattack. I guess realistically I have to go Prodigy's Tempo if I want to make this work. I think this is just too much of a loss. I mean, we get 30 DR and then like maybe 70% damage on the core stats. And then some resource gen, critter doesn't do anything, a bit of armor and res. Makes that like twice as tanky maybe. Solves our resource. And like 80-90% damage. And here we get perma uptime on everything. We need perma uptime on counterattack to play this. And we're not gonna get our counterattack back. Yeah. If I have like 50% downtime, let's say, on counterattack, Thorns is 0. So this is all my Thorns. I think I'll try it with Prodigies first. Then we remove Outmatch is fine. Move Wildfire. Seems like we have enough resources. I don't quite understand why Sinus it doesn't work. Yeah, it's gonna put resource generation there. Actually, 2 rings to Vigorous. Or 12.5 resource generation. Okay, I thought that's better.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? My magics await your return.
Resource cost reduction is actually not a terrible roll now. Just to have it like this. Now, do you have wound application? I think we need this. Okay, this didn't take too long to set up. Let's try it out. Let's open a tower in 90. What's the bonus static discharge tempers if we don't have a point in static discharge? Yeah, you can get it without putting the points in. If you have it as a temper, you can get it there. And static discharge gives you the crackles, I think, right? Oh, it's melting actually. We don't really have to stay ranged, right? We can actually stay in the middle of the pack as well. This was only in Season 10 with back off. You just punch them. Okay, how do we trigger Quacks as well as? I don't have a good way to trigger it besides ult and wall attacks, I guess. And Toxic Skin. No, Toxic Skin is focus skill, yeah, that will trigger it. I would really like to see a Nature's Fury build come back. They did buff it quite a lot. It's definitely like a territory where I can do something with it. But yeah, druids are kind of like down bad, I think, next patch, besides like a few builds. Maybe another time. It's actually a pretty chill 90 here. Very powerful. I wonder if I can try to speed farm with this a little bit. I have some ideas. Bitch. I didn't pay attention there. Maybe we can spawn here. Evade really best option so far for start. Yeah, evade is pretty insane still. I found out about a double dip bug, so if they fix that, the endgame build would go down like around 10 PTRs. But that's not the worst. Currently, evade looks like the strongest build in the game anyway, so even if it goes minus 10 tiers, that's fine. Because it's like a 2-minute boss kill or so. A bit less. How can I try to go faster with this? I think we need Ravager. Maybe. Let's open a pit 70. How do you perma-evade on Swimmer without chaos powers? I mean, just like how we did it the previous like 4 seasons. Use that cooldown reduction. Doesn't actually feel too bad here for speed farming. Because there's this nice long range. Yeah, you can do Zephyr's on deck, but realistically, try to get a Bushknack pass as early as possible, and you just kind of evade Weave with Thunder Spike until you have enough cooldown to play without it. It's basically at level 15, you start weaving, and then you just like never stop until you have enough cooldown, and it just gets less and less weaving. I think I pressed counter attack here, and these guys killed me anyway. I need to check that on the video. That was very sus. It's kind of weird to play a range build that just teleports in all the time. But I guess it's kind of required here to do this. Three minutes. Oof. Okay, let's see what happened there. Yeah, this was... Wait a minute, this is with a counterattack up. Yeah, I pressed it. And these fucking shadow snakes just kill me. Because these balls, you can actually dodge them, I think. And they didn't actually come down anyway. What the fuck? Try 65. Here's this. I thought he had a command for this, but maybe not. I can do 2 minutes. Any bosses here? Oh. I think the slowly overhaul makes D4 better or not enough of a change. And it does make it better, but it's not enough. Why not both? I mean, there's so much stuff they can do in this game. They're definitely not gonna run out of things to improve. Guess we don't need Vortex for Belial. Let's try Belial. Do you recommend to play Necro next season in Hardcore? Necro seem decently tanky. Ever since like the expansion when they got like this barrier passive and stuff. They're doing kinda okay, I think, for Hardcore. Like pre-expansion they were like pretty squish. We're actually kind of pumping. This is very good. Well, bonus XP starts today. Yeah, it should be in 1.5 hours when the PTR goes down, the thing goes up, I guess. Okay. Anything else you want to try on Payback? This seems like pretty standard setup and it's very strong. Maybe Starless out and Midday Hunt in. Wonder if that could be something. We don't care about the lucky hit, the core, or the crit. It's just attack speed. We have that on Midday Hunt too. Midday Hunt also has 50% extra resource, but not the resource reduction. You could math that out, but it should be kind of close anyway, I think. Let's go and try it real quick. The build looks good. Yeah, it's like one of the best builds in the game in Season 11. It's gonna be Kat who is writing this for Maxwell. But I'll probably also have a guide on it. I have one of those rings. They all have the same auras, right? Interesting. Stardust just like lost the res, basically. Fortune Nourishment. It's a poison passer, right? F. Thanks K squared, by the way. What tune should I build to use it? A Shaco. Shaco is usually a big Sork item. because of the cooldown. You can go fast. There's like other builds in other classes where this is also good. Dude, I never thought I would see this, man. Midday Hunt and Midnight Sun. What a combo. But that's kind of good. I do consider it good when Pinnacle dies in 3 seconds. I was talking about the build. The build is good. I don't like that the boss dies in 3 seconds. But it's my job to make a build that can do that. So... Okay. Actually, I would like to check the kill time a little bit. How much harder is this game now compared to last season? A lot. So how long were these kills? So this is 10. He's already dead. Okay, so pretty much exactly 10 seconds. Same here. 1, 2, 3. This is 9, 10, also 10 seconds. Okay. Let's see the previous kill. Seven, 8. This was a Stardust, right? No, I don't see the Stardust buff actually. Okay, this was 8 and then 10 and 10. This is a Stardust. Okay, let's see. 3, 6, 9, 8, 9. Okay, so 9 seconds for this. Seems like it's pretty similar. Three, 6, 9. He's already dead. 7. Okay. Let's see the previous one. Three, 6, 9. Okay, the kill times are pretty similar. So is like any other advantages between the two? Life, Ferocity, Poisoning lasts longer, so whatever. Killing Emery runs bigger, also doesn't matter. Move speed after killing an elite. 16 life on the kill, man, incredible. Realistically, we don't really care about any of this. Now there is one thing to consider, which is that we have to stack Stardust. So when we frequently stop attacking, Stardust loses value. And the other thing is lucky hit chance. So lucky hit chance helps us with Ahu, if you have Ahu. It helps us with the Bullen. And that's about it. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that Midnight Sun, Midday Hunt is like a very affordable ring. Like, you literally need nothing on this thing. You get this thing, you GA it to the attack speed, all the other stats do not matter, the effect does not matter, and then you sanctify it. Boom. So I think that's actually a pretty big. Because I mean, Starless, you know, getting a GA attack speed. Okay, I can masterwork that. Crit doesn't matter, core ranks doesn't matter. Lucky hit is kinda whatever. But obviously it's much harder to do this on Starless. So I think Midday Hunt is probably the way, just because you can sanctify it until you get the perfect thing. And the perfect thing is probably a Moonrise. Or something like that. It would be very interesting to play this with Bristling Vengeance sanctified somewhere, because you also don't care about the value of this, you just need to have it. Actually, no, we do care about the value on this build. We want the high roll. But anyway. Redirected Force would be very powerful. Concealed is okay. I'm not sure if Edge Masters works, actually. It should work, but I've never tried that. Mirror Brawler is fine. Acceleration is fine. Even Binding Morris is not terrible. This does something. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah. Is it fine? Do we even have Ferocity? No. Oops.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
I think it's fine to give up the 5 Ferocity ranks and then put this here. Keep the Eagle. I think the Eagle passes are better than the Jaguar passes. Furnace with 9 Ferocity is kind of comparable to this, but then you have Acceleration, which is a 32 multi. And this is not very much. I mean, here you have to evade, okay, but still kind of nice. And you sometimes evade around anyway. And if anything, you can sanctify your boots to get duelists. And then you can go back to Jaguar. That will be a real season for hardcore, I love it. Yeah, hardcore next season is gonna be very fun. Especially with the leaderboards and stuff as well. It's gonna be cool. I'm excited for that. Okay, I think we might have done all the builds I wanted to do, to be honest. Double check. Didn't check that. Okay. 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 No. Okay. 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 Okay, in terms of the list of what I wanted to test, I have all this and a lot more. Okay, any other builds? Let's see, Barb. We did Lunge, and I don't think I really want to do much else, to be honest. I've done Pulv and Boulder. I've done the Golems. We've done Heartseeker. Dance, Rain. Rapid Fire. Then Hydra, Crackle. And Frozen Orb. I've done Rake, Payback, Crush, Stinger, Quill, Evade, Centipede main hall, Gorilla main hall, Jaguar main hall. Okay. It should end a druid quest where he loses weight and looks like a D2 druid. Holy. I wonder if they would ever make that, actually. Like, not that exactly like a quest or something, but, you know, if they give us, like, more, you know, MTX options and stuff, and maybe they're gonna make, like, more body types. But yeah, I don't really see that happening, right? Because, like, all of the transmogs, they're all configured for this, like, fat druid, basically, right? So, well, what transmogs, actually? That's just a bear. Ah, well. I don't think we're gonna see that. Add to feedback, blood storage bus. Yeah, we're gonna make some feedback stuff later. So I have like 1 hour left, most likely, where I will just like check out a couple of the random stuff. So first of all, let's make some screenshots of this stuff here, so we have that for later. So in chapter 1, you get 1 for free. Then you get Kapitawine gift, collect the card of material from defeating a lesser evil. So for this, you have to get at least a level 15 and do an Undercity run, or do a Duriel, which is gonna be tough because you don't have hearts. Or do a Bedial, which you can't. Or do Asmodon World Boss, which most likely will not happen. So basically the only way to do this is like level 15 and then a Dial. Then you get this. This and this. Okay, so this is probably like, yeah, level 15, you get those 2 points. Okay, then we have 200 cinders, 3 gifts, defeat a pang of the real. Okay, so this is basically like, I don't know, first half hour of Helltide or something. You get a 3rd point. I should write this down, actually. Flashbang. Okay, so that's called season rank now, right? It's just this season. Oh yeah, rank 1. Yeah, well, Chris. Thank you, man. Rex has interviews with the devs next week. I'm sure he has plenty of questions. Did a D2 throwback for Immortal be 644? What exactly did I do there? Sounds interesting. It's probably like faster, 15 minutes probably. To PTR is Eva Vandari's presence. Okay, then contact the jeweler. No. No. Okay. First capstone. This is normal. Or is this hard or 30? Okay. Now where's the others? Complete the following seasonal tasks. Collect 3 divine gifts. This means I have to do 1 Duriel, 1 Andariel, and 1 Asmodan, actually. How the hell do you do Asmodan? Wait, you can just summon him, right? You don't need anything to summon him. You can just go there, right? NTP to Lilith now. Maybe? That looks like it works. That's kind of stupid. Yeah, you just click the thing and you can just summon him. You don't actually need anything, right? How far away can you actually reach XP when you just chill here? Let's see. What's this is? There are the 2 skins in the shop, okay. So it turns out we were too far away. We didn't get a kill here. Oh. Okay, also too far. Alright. Yeah, you can just summon him. Okay. Okay. Defeat Azabadan. Level 5 for red. What else? Find runes and combine them to create a rune word. Okay. Then we have the next capstone. Okay, then we have tier 8 reputation and increase 3 divine gifts rank 2. That should be very easy. Then world boss. Wait, where's the last one? And how many paragon points do you get? Need to double check this. Wait, I'm missing one. Okay. Okay. Is that the first 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 9. 10, 11. Oh, Belial. Okay. So these are the 12 points. So you're gonna get this at level 1, this at level 15, this at level 15, this probably on the way to 15 or so, or 20, let's say. Okay, around level 30. You can do this before if you want. You can do the world boss before if you want. This is probably somewhere in the range of level 30 or so. This is probably earlier. It's level 50. So that's basically like the first like 7-8 points or so you're gonna get like up to level 30. And then, okay, after I get level 8 rep and second capstone, this will be like pretty late. And then this is like basically right in your 60. So the last 3 points, they will take a bit until like level 55 plus. But everything else can be done probably like in the first 30 levels or so, depending on when the world boss spawns on the season launch. Let's check the paragons. Also taking some more screenshots first. Actually, I have... Why are they like golden, by the way? These are golden, these are like normal. Also, how the hell do I not have like half these objectives completed after all this time? Defeat Anchor of Lilith, Purify Seas of Hatred, Greater Challenge Cache. Is this good? Defeat Astaroth, defeat Bartok, and open the spells. Defeat Echo of Lilith. I want to check what this thing actually gives us. Are the inductive stuff like Anastasia and Daria season perks? Without the expansion, you can't. So you're gonna be missing out there. And previously you also couldn't get like 4 paragon points, 2 skill points, the runes, and the mercs when you didn't have Vice of Hatred. And now you also just don't get like a few of the skill points. Can you give a brief summary of how the tower feels? Yeah, I mean, both Pit and Tower are systems based on the 3 Scrider Rifts. It's not quite the same as like Greater Rift pushing. It's much faster, much less based on like, you know, making pulls and stuff. I think I wasn't pressing some skills properly earlier. So let's see it. Okay, that's kind of whatever. There's like a 2J boots. Or okay, it's like very minor stuff here. So not really worth to try hard to get these things. What else is there? 5 lab bosses within 5 minutes. Master gear to rank 10. 0 out of 9. We're missing literally 1/3 of a level for this Paragon 250. Defeat 100,000 monsters. Defeat Duriel and Helltide and Dariel. Pretty sure I've done that, no? Maybe not. Just by leveling, I guess. Pick up 1 billion gold. Oh, they made this easier. Only 100 monsters. I think it's supposed to be 200 now. Okay, let's check the Paragon points. There's none in chapter 1 and 2. Interesting thing here. Open a silent chest, win a legendary item, gamble for items. Okay, 100 items. That will take a while actually. And then you get 500 obos for free. No spark. True, actually. I don't think I had killed her before, right? Because, or maybe I did it on T1. I'm not sure. Maybe I did it on like another character on Lower Torment or so. I'm not sure. Maybe there's no spark. 10 less, the Druid Boots is total garbage. Druids have a lot bigger problems than that, I think, that they need to fix. I guess it's like an item for something like Cataclysm, right? Where it's just like, you're unhindered, you're chilling. It's like a feels good man item for something like Cataclysm. Okay, complete Artificers tier 1 or higher, I get a Paragon point. Let's write this down. Paragon. Last year back has a spark. Yeah, okay, but that's just the season journey. We're talking about the little spark, right? Okay, pit 1, capstone. Pretty. Hi, Buck. Okay, then T1, Harshan Beast, Grixir. That's a lot of bosses. T1 Ulvar. 50 Pale Marks. Oops. Wait, I just collected a point, but didn't get anything. How many points do I have? 249, 281 spent. So this is 32 more than my level. We have more Paragon points now. And I haven't even collected them all. But I just clicked on collecting it and it didn't work. Complete Officer Tier 4 or higher to unlock torment 3. Like some stuff I just can't select. See the greater ranking cache. Okay, this is just as much trash as the other one. Okay. My god. So Lilith has no spark, interesting. Okay. 150 pale marks. Then we have T10 rep and 5 sanctification stones. I think they're also called heavenly sigils now, right? I'm not sure which one actually is the right one. Okay, defeat world boss Asmodan. Use the tongue of Asmodan to open Asmodan's hoard. Ah, so this is where you open them, right? When you kill Asmodan as a world boss, there's like the chest that appears. So this be T1. Okay, pit 20 and a glyph to 10. Okay. 50 Paragon spent. And some stuff. Okay, 5 flawless gems and add the socket. See that this can be done way earlier. Okay, then we have capstone 4. This is pit 30. How many do you get there? 3. And here 4. Okay. Then we continue. Tier 13 rep. Increase the rank, gives the rank 4. Torment 2, Duriel, and Dariel. Should probably mention that this is Lair Boss version. Escalating Numbers in Torment 2. Master gear to rank 4. That seems like it's outdated, huh? Temper, craft a smithy cache, sells ancestral gear. I'll start PoE, yes. But until the PTR is down, I will play PTR. This thing costs 50 fucking souls, dude. 600, 1200. Holy. There's an ancestral in there. Crazy. It's not even bad. Okay. Yeah, so I just claimed a point, but I don't get a point. This is like part of the full boost or what? Grand skill and paragon point rewards. I guess it's part of this, yeah. So we just get it anyway. Okay. I actually want to check something. We have a hardcore guy. I don't know yet what build I will do as a starter. I didn't really read the patch notes yet or anything. We have 2 more days to prepare, so that's plenty of time. Okay, 12 points. Yeah. We have 32 now. Look. You get 4 more paragon points than before. Level 10 Merc. And then we have Capstone 5. Pit 45. This is how many? This is 2. So all these points are still missing. Level 18 rep. 2 gifts to rank 5. Wait. 60. Oh. That's 1. Wait a minute. Where's the rest of the points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The fuck? Where did those come from? Okay, so it's again 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 28. Somehow I have 4 more. And I think I know why. I think I forgot to remove the points from the little statues. Can I see what it did? No. I'm pretty sure I forgot to remove the points from the little statues. But somehow I missed 3 points here. So which one did I miss? Here, Belial, Harbinger, okay. Pit 40. A few things I missed. Okay, T2 Harbinger. There we go. Alright. Yeah, that's very sus, yeah. I can't, like, refresh my account, right? To not have the little statues. D4 Death Math. Yeah, they removed all the stats, but I think they forgot to remove the Paragon points on little statues, because there's 4 statues in dry steps that give you a Paragon point each. You know what, we can like YOLO sanctify all of our gear now a little bit. If you want. Just to see what happens with it. Yeah, there's one new unique perk class in Season 11. It's usually like what they do. So this character has rank 10. So I leveled. Where do we need rank 10? 18 rep. 18 is pretty far down. Level 10 Merc. Level 13 rep. Would be relatively soon. And this character, I didn't do that much on this character, right? So this stuff goes really fast. I don't have many sigils. The third one does not change any build, nor is useful. It's a total letdown. Yeah, for Boulder, it's like a good early game item to solve your cooldown. And potentially like even late game to solve the cooldown. And I think it's gonna be similar for Cataclysm. I can't read the fucking chest. Ah. Yeah. New affix. New affix. Dex and Dex. Gem strength in this item. All stats. Percent Dex. Flat Dex and percent Dex is actually the same value at around like 2.5k Dex, I think. So for me right now, this will be like almost exactly the same. All stats. Percent total armor. It exists. Interesting. Life on hit. Poison. X. Resource cost reduction. FX replaced. Indestructible. 7.5 crit chance. Gem strength. Durability. Durability. Life. Big movement roll. Goes out to 25%. That's more than normal movement roll. I think normal movement roll. I know it's the same actually. Goes to 25. Okay. Wild. Indestructible. Dex. GA. Big movement. GA. Indestructible. New affix. All stats. Here's affix replaced with movement. Gem strength. GA. Indestructible. No aspect yet. Here, just complain. Here's an aspect. Certification failed, which would also be an aspect, most likely, because the aspects are missing right now for an offensive. Affix replaced. Extra crit. Just a bit more. Replaced with all stats. Life on hit. Life on hit. Replaced with resource. All stats. Fire damage 16%. % armor. Indestructible. % armor. Indestructible. Replaced with +3 to defensive skills. Can I still roll this? No, right? It only replaces with stats that... I never mind, I can't. I think it only replaces with stats that are not already present. Actually, I should pay attention to that. I wonder if you can have double defensive skill ranks. I guess so. GA. GA. Dex. GA. % armor. GA. Sanctification failed, so this should be an offensive aspect now. Big life. Replaced with life. Resource cost. Resource cost on a helm is kind of funny. Lightning damage. And extra resource. On, what is that? Chest with maximum resource. Kinda nice. Indestructible. 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 Resource cost. All stats. GA. Second aspect. A relatively big one to get on a pair of boots. Wait a minute. The name also changes. Menacing, Soaring, Greaves of Haste. It has both. Interesting. So now that makes me question, what if it has two legendary aspects that both have a prefix or a suffix name? So I want to pay attention to that and see if it gets a double aspect with prefix or suffix. I guess it shouldn't really matter. And then probably just like shows one of them. Maybe it just has both in the name. There was like this chest that we got earlier, right? But we're gonna get more, it's fine. Life. Indestructible. Indestructible. Nice though, event started. Wait, it started early? Sanctification failed. Life on hit. X. Crit. GA. Indestructible. All stats. Dex. Lightning damage 8%. Holy. Life. Okay, Sovereign Male of the Crowded Sage. So that's kind of funny. So it overwrote the name of the item because it was called Of Tenacity, and now it's called Of the Crowded Sage. Because the Sanctify is on top. So here it is. These are both like suffix names. Successful dodges restore 20% life. That's kind of nice to get. Just like that. I wouldn't mind if like the chance to get an aspect is like slightly increased maybe, but it seems like on the weapons it happens pretty often here. Look how often I get a sanctification failed. This should be an offensive aspect. 16 poison damage. Now look, here's another one. Raider's Doom Armor. Same story. Raider is the heal affix. And previously it was Wild Bolt. It replaced one with Gem Strength in this item. Would that actually be good enough? Gem strength in this item, let's say 200%. What? Only equipment items can be sanctified. Ah. Which one was it? 235 overpower damage. How much is that thing? 90. So each will be 270. So be that is a lot actually, man. Gem strength is actually legit. Like on the jewelry for sure, it's like so much res. 200% is a lot. Sanctification failed. Again. Again. So it would have rolled 3 offensive aspects in a row here. This is why it failed. Life. Replaced with % poison damage. Could be an upgrade. Indestructible. Life. Just got 10% attack speed there. Big dex. Dude, we're gonna be so powerful again once we start doing sanctifications and stuff. Even if we don't hit like insane aspects or something. Just getting like, I don't know, 1500 flat life that multiplies with your paragon. That's like boom, plus 40% toughness right there. Then you have like plus 300 random dex or so. That's like, you know, another tier of damage. And then you have like some random 1 or 2, like 8% damage mods. That's another half tier of damage. Sanctification failed. Replaced with dex. Upgrade to GA. GA. Indestructible. It's crowded because of 2 aspects. And then we doubled it. Here's another one. So it has Prudent Heart and Invigorating Will. Kind of interesting. So this time the Sanctified affix is below the other one. But it still takes the name. So I think it just has to do with which one is ended last. Which is always the sanctification. I think it will always have the sanctified affix name. Here's another one. Concussive Strikes. Yeah, same story. Imagine getting Rabid Bear on Rotting Lightbringer. Yeah, someone will. 2 to basic skills and 2 to Rock Splitter. I don't think I've seen all skills yet. There's all skills as well. But it seems to be very rare. Here's cooldown. Chest. Classes want to move to legendary powers on this. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's like wild swings in power, but on the other hand, it's also just fucking fun, right? So I think I would rather prefer to have a fun game than make sure that the competition is exactly fair. If anything, it's just to make sure that the tower becomes more skill-based and less gear-based. And then we're gonna be okay. Right now the tower is too much based on gear and too little on skill, and they need to like reverse that. And then this is fine. So why does this dex roll only to 11.6? Ah no, it's dex. Okay, I was confusing it with it's actually interesting. The main stat is like less than the elemental damage types, but I guess it's like versatile. It works for everything. But the thing is that if you get something that works for everything, but it's sanctified, you can't like imprint it anymore or something. So this would be only useful on like uniques that you don't want to change. Hectic Doom Cask of the Protector. Here it has both names again because it's a prefix and a suffix. Diablo in general is based on gear instead of skill. Yeah, not really. D2 and D3 did a very good job at not doing that. Interesting. Identification failed. Hi Ma. The season event buff going right now is increasing Heraldic Files instead of Infernal Warp. That was last season's currency. Oh my god. Wait, is it just a tooltip or is that actually what's happening? Like, do you get more warp? No boost to warp. Oof. The double resource cost reduction. Looks funny. Sanctification failed. Actually, are these two resource cost reduction mods treated separately or as one because they're on the same item? That's interesting to see. It says vigor cost reduction 9.9. Yeah, so they're actually multiplying. They're two different sources. It's basically like Yang's recurve in D3. Okay. Because if it was additive, it would be 10.2. Interesting. There's a chest piece and it says sanctification failed. I thought it was only offensive aspects that are missing, but apparently there's other stuff missing too. Ooh, get a random undying aspect. Now that's kind of sick. Unfortunately, it's a legendary chest. That's another streamer, Paola. Here's another sanctification failed. We got a hectic that has 2.8 instead of 2.5. But getting stuff like these utility effects and so on is really nice. Dude, I wouldn't mind if they just like take out all of the offensive stuff. Like all of the offensive aspects, I mean. And then even weapons can roll like mobility or utility aspects or something like that. That would be pretty cool too. You can have like so many cool like utility effects in your builds, and that would make the whole system feel pretty good, I think. Because it's gonna improve the quality of life and the feel of a build after you get some cool stuff. Like just getting like a random hectic and random undying, these kind of things, that's gonna feel really good. Does failed outcomes paint essential? I think not. Yeah, I don't think they're supposed to fail. I think it's only because of the bugged aspects. It is interesting though that they have an arrow tooltip for that, right? So they made a sanctification failed tooltip like pop up. No, 19 attack speed. Can I just do it with my gear? I wonder like how much better will I get if I just do like my set of gear that I have currently equipped. And let's see how much we get. Or if you get weaker, because it destroys our gear. Let's do this inventory, speedrun. We have 5 minutes left on this PTR. This thing got 40.5 crit chance. Seems like cooldown reduction is a relatively rare outcome. You want a little bit of cooldown for evade, preferably. Sanctification failed. Failed. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's equip a shroud again. We had a shroud earlier. Actually, never masterwork this thing. Okay. Item is indestructible. New affix. Dexterity. Affix replaced. I don't know what that was. Wait, it replaced my fighting temper. With 7.5 lightning damage. That's kind of funny because I think a storm fed up potency temper I calculated earlier exactly 7.5% damage. So it gave me literally nothing. That's hilarious. Okay. Affix replaced. We get percent dexterity instead of flat dexterity, which is... it's a max roll. I think this is slightly more than a normal roll. We got a second aspect. Days effects last longer. Beautiful. Extra GA. I think it's the ultimate damage, so that's useless. Extra GA. Yay, 20 additive. It's like 1% damage. New affix. 8 crit, that's useless. Item is indestructible. Okay, so TLDR, we got nothing. Tiny bit of dex. Basically nothing. I think a tiny bit of dex. Nothing. 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 And 1% damage or so. Crazy. Oh, maybe I can't log in anymore. Maybe it's ogre now. Huh? Sometimes you can stay in the same instance before the server goes down, so maybe we're gonna grab another bunch of loot and just do more sanctification until the server crashes. Let's do uniques actually. Please suggest to Blizzard that it allows sanctifying worn items. I don't see why exactly. I mean, it's not like it just unequips your item or something like that. You know, there's no stat requirements in this game or these kind of things. I don't really see the point to disallow it. I mean, all other crafting windows, you do it with items that you have equipped as well. Okay, let's sanctify the gear that we have equipped first. New affix, 10 maximum resource. New affix, all stats. Sanctification failed. Oof. On our 4GA, Fist of Fate. Indestructible. 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 Affix replaced. Got free to basic skills instead of... I have no idea what this thing does. Int. Extra life. Okay, pretty good. All stats. All stats actually got a bit of an upgrade in this patch, right? Because now you get armor from it, you get res from it. Actually not terrible to hit all stats. This would teach how the feature is supposed to be used on copies. Yeah, okay, I can kind of see that point. But I think people will understand that very quickly anyway. That you don't YOLO on your gear that you have equipped most of the time. Another extra resource there. To the Shroud with GA life and normal life. 170 gem strength. Certification failed. Another gem strength. But this thing has no sockets. They just rolled the same 40% crit chance. Certification failed. Again. Now you can't do anything after sanctifying, so if you didn't put the sockets on, that's it. Blood drops grant 9 essence. Crazy. You replace the big crit with some small crit on the starters. Which wouldn't matter for some builds actually. You'll never find anything positive reading around on the internet about this game. That's true, I think. +3 to core skills as a sanctified affix. That's kind of sick. Imagine that on like a crackle sorg or something. I think there's also all skills, which would be even crazier, I guess. I wonder if we can get this on like a non-offensive slot. +3 to curse skills, okay. I agree, Master is pretty lame now. They could have done something cooler. +3 to basic skills on the Doombringer. So when you sanctify and it gets a GA, it can also make the implicit GA, which is extremely strong on Shadowed Vow, by the way. Because it has like the strongest implicit in the game. So I might even rival getting another aspect. Here's an aspect. Corrupting effects have a 40% chance to generate free essence. That sounds like it would be actually very useful. Upgrade aspect, upgrade affix to max range, add another temper slot. Yeah, adding another temper slot would be interesting, but you're not supposed to be able to change anything on the item anymore, right? After sanctification. So I think that would be a cool outcome, but it doesn't really work with the system. By the way, someone asked earlier, sanctification failed does not actually consume a stone. So it's literally just an error message. I meant masterworking, okay. Sanctification, like 90% brick. No, that's like a 10% chance to actually ruin the item. And then there's like, I don't know, maybe a 20% chance to get something that doesn't really help you. Like indestructible or some stat or some, you know, some aspect that doesn't do anything. And then I think I probably have like at least a 50-50 to like upgrade the item in some way. So it's basically always worth it because the chances of losing the item are low and the chance of upgrading the item at least a little bit are high. And then you have like a 5 to 10% chance to actually get something really nice. like upgrading to an extra GA or getting an extra aspect that helps you, or just getting an extra stat that helps you. It's probably like a 50-50, I'd say. 2 times sanctification failed. Unlucky. Another sanctification failed. 3 times on his grandfather. 4 times. 5. So this would have been 5 offensive aspects. Because it failed 5 times in a row. Epics replaced. Yeah, class-specific aspects definitely exist. I just got some Necro Blood Orb gives you Essence aspect, and then I got another one from Necro where my the corrupting effects give me Essence and stuff like that. It's just that the offensive aspects don't exist, and that's why it fails all the time. Everything that fails should be an offensive aspect. I've also seen a fail on like a chest, so probably like maybe some other utility aspects or defensive aspects are not there. But I guess the assumption is that all aspects can be rolled, and they're currently not able to. There's definitely a few aspects that I see quite often, like for example this one here, the days one. I've seen that a few times now. Sanctification failed. Again. Indestructible. Fail. Here's another one, look. Resource Necro aspect. 10% chance to generate 34 essence when hitting a vulnerable enemy. %9% increased damage reduction. Dude, imagine this was a high roll, man. That's actually crazy. Hardened Bones, 30% DR, just like that. That's gonna go wild if you roll this, man. You can easily get like 40-50% extra toughness just on this one thing. Min rolling aspect is gonna feel bad. I mean, even this min roll, it's actually sub min roll. It's 9 instead of 10%. In which I think is just a bug. Because I've seen some stuff being like wildly out of the affix range. Like I've seen some aspect that had like triple the value of the maximum. So I'm pretty sure it's just like some random numbers. And this is probably gonna get changed. But like even just getting a 10 DR, if it's a min roll, it's not bad. Didn't you say anything about indestructible in hardcore? I didn't say anything, I believe. It's kind of funny how on a mythic it all becomes like this purple text. Sanctification failed. I think what would be somewhat interesting would be if replacing an affix could maybe like roll the affix value higher. Or maybe it becomes like a GA version of that signification affix or something like that. Like, you know, it adds an affix, which is just a pure upside. But then there's also the replace affix, which is either a downside or a side grade or maybe a slight upgrade. But it would be fun if like the replace takes one away that you maybe don't really care about, but then it becomes a better version as a GA or something. Because either way, it's gonna be worse than like just hitting an aspect, right? Aspect is basically almost always gonna be the right thing that you want to roll. Tyrius might have Juggernaut. And like a random 7 crit on a Shroud is kinda legit, I gotta say. Really good Obos in Season 11 since Pits don't drop it anymore. It doesn't? Is there like something here for Obos? Salvage, almost under city drops Obos apparently. Wait, I showed that there's no Obos in the pit. Good try to do a run real quick. Let's see. Can we still go somewhere? Imagine rolling Juggernaut and evade, yeah. I mean, Juggernaut in general is a very shitty aspect now. This little bit of armor is not good. So everyone wants to evade. Okay, yeah, spend some Obos and see. Okay, we have 1000. I don't have any tributes, so I don't know, the entire PTR I have not gotten any tributes anywhere. I just realized. Missing a skill in my bar, I'm not sure what. Corpse Tendrils? We have that here. Yeah, they need to bring back the Chaos Rifts. At least there's like a, you know, 10% chance to roll on a sigil or something. And then, you know, maybe a 25% chance when a Helltide spawns, it's like a Chaos Helltide or something. I suppose you can get the same aspect again. But so far I didn't have that happen. I don't think that the signification cares about what you have on the item. Because I've definitely gotten like duplicates of stats on items. Yeah, I don't think it matters like what you have equipped or even what item you use. It matters which class you are though. Like, I can't get strength as a necro or something. Okay, we will never know how many ovals we get from doing a Undercity run, guys. Unlucky. It's ogre. But we can check the pit that we were doing earlier to see if we got ovals there. And you're right, there's no ovals on the ground. Interesting. I did not actually notice this. That's actually relatively huge because this was like the one thing to get ovals. And now it's not anymore. But honestly, I have no idea how much ovals I get from Undercity. Did anyone do that? Dude, I needed one more minute. Fuck. Witch Tide and Chaos Edge should be permanent. Dude, I think Witch Tide should come back every October. That would be fun too. Just like entire October, it's there. Necro too slow. Yeah, I blame Necro. I blame the Necro dev, actually. What's Witch Tide? That was Season 7 content. You can equip a mace that has elemental constellation aspect on it, Sork only, on a druid just fine. Interesting, but I guess it doesn't work if you're a druid. Okay. Actually, can let it run in the background. What else? This sniped me get power, so I was about to beat a tower. I was about to finish a Kuras Undercity run to figure out how many ovals we get. Because I have no idea. We just learned that ovals don't drop from the pit anymore. What do I want to say about all these things? That's for sure. Why does the tower have 5 floors? If in 2 floors you just spawn the boss. Yeah, it's the idea that you can make the decision to skip stuff, right? But you don't have that much time to just like run through 3 floors and skip stuff, right? You don't skip stuff fast enough, basically. You can maybe skip like a pull here and there. Or sometimes you get like some shitty elites in a row. And that's fine. And you can just run and there's always going to be something else to kill. But yeah, 5 floors is just kind of like... What it would need maybe would be something like a portal. You know, maybe at maybe like the halfway mark, or maybe like randomly somewhere in the floor, there is like a special enemy you can kill, and if you kill him, there's like a portal that opens up to the next floor or something. So you don't have to run through the entire rest. Like if there's like a map you don't want, or if it's like a monster type you don't want, you do that. Auto pick orbs. I don't want auto pick orbs. But orbs. They just spawn faster. Okay. Unique maps. Yeah, I mean the maps in Tower are quite different from the pit most of the time. There's definitely some cool maps in there. Why have to orbs at all? It's for the dopamine. Why does the tower have 5 floors? Because the pit has 2 floors and they spawn a boss in 3. Oof. Pilot HP bar is like way too crazy. Like you can kill like 3 rare elites on the Python and the Python is still not open. Like that needs to come down like 80% or some shit. Close the pad. No. Yeah, pilot animation, that's true. Like that was like a really crappy wait. Anything else about the tower? I mean, I guess for now, this is probably all they're gonna do. And then for season 12, there's gonna be a way bigger feedback list. So I think I'm gonna leave it at that. But maybe I should add like 1 or 2 long-term points. Something like that. Yeah, that's pretty fine for now. When it comes to tower. Actually, that reminds me. Like one problem I definitely noticed in tower is that most of the time it's just like you walk in, you do a vortex, everything is pixeled together, and you just blast down like one little like dot of monsters basically, right? And then you also have this visual clarity problem where everything is just like one ball of nothing that you can identify, and everything is just like on top of each other. This like tower was a lot more fun when I could not pull enemies. Like when I was playing Frozen Orb, for example, I didn't have any pull ability. Everything was just like running around, and that was just way better. That felt a lot more like Diablo 3 pushing, for example. The snakes that follow you are way too fast. Yeah, that's definitely like I think it's Executioner. So that is certainly something. I'm not sure what the shadow regions are called exactly. What else is there that's like really bad? There's like some affixes that I have no idea what they're actually doing. But okay. Yeah, the red orbs as well. What I call the floating red orbs? I think they're called crackling orb. I find most running faster than player. Yeah, they made like all monsters faster and stuff, but I think that's fine. It's not, you can't just like walk into a pack and like, you know, dodge between them. They're faster, they hit you more. So you can definitely notice that. Okay, anything else about this here? Try to send me something. Yeah, PTR's Ogre. Why don't you release a list of new monster affixes to symbols instead of letting anyone guess? Yeah, they should definitely make a post about every single affix and what it does. Because some of them you can't see. Okay, I mean, I see the saw blades, I know what it does. It gives you a bleed. Okay, fine. You know, I see the crackling orb. Okay, I dodge it. But you know, like, I don't know, what the fuck is Berserker? What the fuck is Reprisal? Who knows? You know, I have a vague guess. Okay. What is my opinion on removing any affix that remains after the death of an elite? I mean, some of those are actually designed to be after you kill them, right? Like the fire explosion, for example. It's fine, I think. I'm not really against that. I don't have a strong feeling either way, to be honest. It's just, you know, you have to learn how to play around it. And I think anything that makes elites more interesting to play around is generally a good thing. If that means more affixes and some like those, I'm okay with that. I'm gonna be a B. How does that work? It's magic. Look. Vampiric on push con is just stupid game design. No, Vampiric is not an FX, is it? I think they removed it. But something that could be interesting, though, it would be something like, for example, random elite affixes on the boss. He thought it was a chair playing. Yeah, chair is very powerful, to be fair. Actually, I think someone of our Maxwell guys posted the full list of all elite affixes. Okay. I just had to check message real quick. Okay. Let's continue. Let's talk about sanctification. Okay. Look at that. Allowed to add sockets and roll stats when sanctified. I don't think this is really important. I mean, rolling the stat, you know, this is usually like a very small investment. Unless you're talking about like amulets or something. And adding sockets, I mean, it's literally you forgot to click the button. Right. It's fine, I think. Season 10 was the last real good season. Next 2 to 3 seasons gonna be total trash. Well, you have seen the future, apparently. I think people learn really fast that sanctification comes at the last step, and this is just how it is. Okay, you do this mistake once, maybe twice, and then you're like, oh shit, okay, I need to just put my sockets first. Okay, I'm gonna put my sockets first, and then I sanctify it, you know? And, you know, once that is done a few times, you're not gonna forget it anymore. What do you think about unlocking levels of Pylon and Tower? I mean, Pit and Tower. Yeah, true, actually, I forgot to add that. Does it require that actually? Does it require that a tower is harder than a pit if we unlock both of them at the same time? So if the tower is hard, it means we can go high in the pit and unlock whatever tower tier we want easily. If the tower is very hard, and somehow we have a build that just cannot push the pit, but can somehow push the tower, that doesn't really exist, right? Because tower has only single target bosses, and pit does not have single target bosses. And usually it's the bosses that make the difference. And usually it's the ads on the bosses that make the difference. So basically there is no scenario where there is a build that can somehow like cheat its way up in the pit and then also do a high tower. Because going up in the pit usually has to do with ad bosses that don't exist in a tower. So if the tower is significantly easier than the pit, you can just push up the tower, but it can't unlock the tier that you want to do from the start. And you have the other thing where if the tower is significantly easier than pit, then you can technically like use that and then do a high pit and kind of skip a lot in the pit and kind of go up faster because it's shorter runs. So yeah, I think ideally you always want to make sure that the tower is always harder than the pit for every build. But you unlock both of them at the same time. I think pit and tower should be independent. I'm also okay with them being independent once they start adding the rewards. I guess it's gonna be like rewards like, okay, clear tower 5, you get this, clear tower 10, you get this, and so on, right? But the thing is, it's gonna be kind of strange because no one's gonna engage with the tower until like kind of late. Okay, maybe you would, right? If there's actually like a reason to get this reward, like, hey, I'm in Torment 1 now, I can do like the Tower 5 and the Tower 10 reward, I'm gonna get them. And then, hey, I'm in Torment 2, now I'm gonna run like 3 towers real quick to get like, you know, the Tower 15, 20, and 25. And these are actually like useful rewards. Yeah, maybe it's fine that they don't unlock each other at all, like, because you kind of naturally push it up anyway. And it's not that many runs you have to do if you go +5 every time. So maybe it's fine. Jo. Thanks, Fabiana, but I appreciate that. So good. How about the theory that they remove the pit and tower and make it one thing once they get it out of beta? What do you mean? They had one thing, and now they made it two. They're not gonna go back to one. That makes no sense whatsoever. Like, the whole point is that you have two systems that are independent, so that you can do whatever the fuck you want for the leaderboards, and you can do whatever the other fuck you want for the pit. That's the whole point. You know, now they can actually start making them cool and amazing and unique. Which is something that the pit was severely lacking, and that currently the tower is also severely lacking, and the pit is still lacking. But now they have the opportunity to change it. Yeah, I think this, like, unlocking tiers for each other is... Maybe this is not good. When I think about it. Maybe this should not happen. I think the main problem is that the tower currently doesn't offer any reward. So if you actually want to go do your tower push, you have to go, like, you know, tower 5, tower 10, tower 15, whatever. Maybe they could make a bit of a shortcut, like... Every time you unlock a new torment tier, you also unlock an equivalent tower tier or something like that. So when you go into torment 2, then you have a tower 5, tower 25. If you go to torment 4, then you have like a tower 55 unlocked. And then you start at 55 and do your push. I think that would be fine. You don't have to go for like a 5, 10, 15 and so on. Yeah. Yeah. You can't pause towers. No, in D4 you can't pause at all. It would actually make sense to add pausing for like instant solo content, I think. I like this milestone idea. There could be other milestones as well. Maybe it could be tied to the season rank or something like that. Or whatever, right? There's a bunch of things they could do there. Just like, you don't have to go for like 10 runs where it's just like, you know, like 15 runs or something where it's just like one shot everything, right? And that's gonna be kind of boring. We need pit section, no more obels. Yeah, I think it's fine that there's no obels in the pit. Pit was relatively OP in general for, you know, both the XP and the loot. And now, okay, XP is down. Loot is down. And, you know, now doing like events, for example, to get obels makes a bit more sense again. To target farm. I don't mind that too much. Okay. Silence, sanctification. Okay, here we were. I don't think I have that much to say about sanctification, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure if I'm okay with having cooldown reduction in the sanctified pool. On one hand, it's kind of cool to have cooldown for builds that, don't really care, but it's like feels good, man. But there will be builds that you can only play because you managed to like sanctify 3 different cooldown rolls on your gear. I mean, maybe that's just how it is, right? It's just, I don't think we should take out some parts that are interesting just because it's hard to get it. Maybe it's just fine. But I kind of like the idea of like a new tempering and masterworking system that you can always precisely hit the cooldown and the resource values and everything that you want, right? Where previously with the old masterworking, it was like always completely random and you have to like double check every single time and whatever, right? But now it's like, okay, you get 1 GA cooldown here, 1 GA cooldown there, 1 temper there, and you have what you need. And this is it, right? So this I really like this about the new masterworking and the new tempering. And sanctification kind of messes with that. So I'm not sure if I really like it. But maybe it just becomes part of the putting it together, You can get cooldown there, so maybe you're going to replace it elsewhere. Or maybe a build exists because of sanctification, and that's okay as well. Yeah, I should definitely talk about tempering and masterworking real quick as well. Something like that, I would say. Like, there's a lot of stuff in Temperers that we can now not really access anymore because there's so much competition on Temperers. But a lot of really interesting stuff. And I'd like to maybe be able to get some interesting rolls in our gear, or maybe they could have some other crafting system. The only problem with one temper is that with a hard game, you always temper defensive instead of utility. Yeah, and I think that's fine. You know, if you have this GG setup, that you have the luxury that you are fine without your defensive or offensive tempers, then you go for utility. And you know, it feels good because you managed to grind out that upgrade that gave you the power, so you don't have to, you know, put it on your temper. And now you can get your extra RE size. Yeah, I mean, this is how it works, right? And this is how it should be. This makes perfect sense, actually. Don't forget the most important feature is sell button. Nah, that one is over. They lowered how much gold you get from vendoring items, and they give you a fuck ton of gold now from just like running pits and stuff. Like every pit is like 30 million gold or some shit. You can farm like 1 billion gold in an hour. $1 billion gold in an hour. Yeah, 100 billion is a bit optimistic. Is there ever a word in the new system where you have too much defense? Yes. Yeah, some builds are just kind of like defensively, very defensive by default. And then you also have like you know, like sanctification for defensive aspects. Like it was definitely a difference on builds where I noticed, okay, this one is just tanky, this one is just squishy, and so on. This means we'll have 2 sets of gear, one for T4 and one for pushing. Not exactly a full set of gear, right? Maybe you're gonna change like 1 or 2 items. I mean, we have been doing this, you know, since the game launched. In every game, you do the same thing, right? At some point, if you do like a speed farming setup, you don't need certain things. And if you do like a bossing setup, you need something else. And if you do like a pushing setup, then you need something else again. And usually you swap a few items or you swap a skill around. I mean, this is just business as usual. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, you put in teleport on your bar that you don't have in a push or whatever. It's the same thing. And especially when it comes to like speed farming, the item doesn't have to be like super optimized, right? It can just be like some random decent item. You temper it with a utility mod instead of an offensive mod, and you get extra core skill size, and that's it. Do Helldives even need to be a multiplayer event anymore? I don't see what's the problem. It's fun to see people in Helltide running around, I think. What class I'm gonna play on Friday? I haven't decided yet. I need to check out the patch notes and stuff we're gonna do tomorrow. Do the Wheel of Fortune to decide a class? No, I think I'm gonna like look a little bit around like what builds are looking good and then just decide on one of them. Like PoE1, I think I'm mostly just gonna play like some big meta builds and have fun. Like last league I played P-Conk, that was really nice. I went to level 94, I killed all the Ubers. Now we have new Ubers, so I need to have like a somewhat defensive build actually to learn the fights a bit, I think. Because I've barely even like done them like the regular encounters. I've done it like once or twice and that was it. Of the new like memory bosses. You don't think they can nerf passive Hidden Campaign? You need to be level 60 after finishing it? Why do you have to be level 60 after finishing campaign? If you do the base campaign, you're not level 60, and it takes like 3 times longer. And that's totally fine. You can just finish the Hidden Campaign, be like level 50, do a few strongholds. That's what you've done in the past. In the past, the Hidden Campaign did not bring you to level 60. It brought you like level 50 or something, and then you had the Deeds of a Champion, then you were like level, I don't know, 55, and then you still had a few levels to do. For some reason, the Hidden Campaign just got buffed in this patch. Why are Tudip says 25% more heraldic files? Well, I call this an oopsie. Necro Blood Build shafted. Yeah. Double oops, it says an internal too. That's actually funny. Oh man. Necro still knows also unstoppable. I mean, you do have Nair Rune if you really want. And also with Sanctification, you might get some aspects that give you unstoppable and so on. It might not be that bad. There's also a seasoned power actually that gives you unstoppable when you become injured, I think, or when you get crowd controlled. So Necro's gonna be okay with the unstoppable next season, I think. If you finish all the story, you're expected to end up in endgame. Think for a second, after killing Kitava and PoE, you have to do another 20 levels to grind maps. I mean, in the past, it was not uncommon that you kill Kitava and then just farm fucking Bridge for like half an hour, or the other way around. Farm Bridge half an hour, then kill Kitava. That was very common, actually. And I mean, D4 works completely differently from that. You know, this is not PoE, where you have to go for the campaign. You know, the campaign is optional. It's just one of the leveling strategies, but it's too good. That's the thing, you know. And I don't think they should bring everything down to 1.5 hours to get level 60, like the campaign. I think that is really fast. I think leveling is fine the way it works outside of campaign, but the campaign is too fast. Buff Bone Spear, yeah. I mean, Necro has a bunch of good builds, but like this, it's like a general thing. Okay, I'm gonna say that. I do have to say, old school Bone Spear was really fun. Okay, Rogue. What about Rogue? I'm not really happy where Rogue is right now. The only build I want to play is Heartseeker. Bring back Hoda. Oh wait, it's already back. Dude, Hoda is gonna be so fucking shit when the patch goes live. What do you mean? I don't see anyone going to play Hoda. Nah, okay, it's gonna be like some, probably like B tier build or so. It's gonna remain exactly where it is, I guess. Do I provide feedback to Blizzard after each PTR? Yes. I mean, not always like, you know, face to face or something, but they do tend to go through a lot of the partner feedback. Angry rogue noises. Only class that could make it to pit 100 on PTR. Yeah, barbs are definitely like a little bit on weak side. And there's still like some like class-wide things they could buff a little bit. Like there's like a few Paragon nodes that are definitely like a bit undertuned compared to some others. So like there's some glyphs and so on. There's like some stuff they could do. Tweak a few of the passives. Rogue select preparation by default and disable the other two. Yeah. Yeah, the only reason that inner sight is used is because some build just doesn't have any way to use anything, and then it's just like a bunch of random extra damage you get now from inner sight. Rework imbuements on charges to duration. I don't mind the charge mechanic. I think this makes imbuements interesting. I think that the charge system just needs to change to actually have charges. Because the way it works right now is you press the cooldown and then you have the charges, but then you can lose them when you press another imbuement. So if I want to have like 2 imbuements on my bar or 3 imbuements on my bar and then kind of combine their effects or something, I cannot do that. Because I first have to use up all the charges from one, and then all the charges from the other, and then all the charges from the other. And in general, I just have way too few charges. Right? You have 2 charges, man. What the fuck is this? Like, I want to press the button, and then it's like toggled, right? And then let's say I can have 3 charges on my poison imbue, and every 3 seconds I get 1 charge back. And I toggle it, and I do 2 attacks, and there's 1 charge left, and then I toggle my cold imbue, and I don't lose my last poison charge. But it just stays there, and then it gets another one, and it gets another one, while I use my cold. Right? So I think this would make a lot more sense. I do agree preparation is too OP. So much stuff going on, actually. Like, I basically want to like redo the entire fucking class. I mean, look at this. Oh man. I mean, I have done a lot of stuff to mitigate the last point, but it's still not enough, I feel. Like, especially with something like cold imbuement, you notice that so much. You press cold imbuement, and then, you know, the boss is staggered, and he dies like 10 times faster during the stagger. Kill preparation and kill Rain of Arrows and Death Trap. I mean, Death Trap is already pretty dead anyway. And it doesn't mean that I want to kill those builds. They can still make those builds a thing, right? They can literally make Word of Arcane say, Your rain of arrows now has a 1 second cooldown or whatever, right? And there you go. So you don't have to kill the build just because you fix rogue. You can still have the build. You know, there's nothing wrong with the build. Obviously, you shouldn't just do all of this in a vacuum. If you do something like changing preparation, you have to change like, 20 other things at once. I mean, that is obvious. Because the entire fucking class is preparation, besides like 2 odd builds. But yeah, preparation is just like, the class should just not work this way, I think. And the thing is also, like, when you look at like the history of Death Trap, for example, like every fucking season they have to patch another like macro abusable exploit with Death Trap, so that people don't have like some giga advantage because they macro their shit, because Death Trap resets everything 7 times per second. And like there's gonna be exactly the same shit again next season, where people are gonna play Death Trap and they're gonna macro all of their cooldowns to press 7 times per second, so that Beastfall boots procs and gives them resources. Okay, you can change the Beastfall boots, but there's gonna be the next thing after that, right? Like, it's just a fucking preparation, always just ruining it, basically. Unstable elixirs, yeah. Dude, that is definitely good riddance. Buff barrage. Yeah, I mean, generally, Rogue is missing power. Rogue delete a few key passives and some skills and some specializations. And you don't have to delete them, you want to make them viable, right? They have to do something about it. There's like so much stuff right now that went wrong on the Rogue in like the last few seasons, I think. Like, Rogue before Vessel of Hatred was so much fun. And I still had like a lot of fun on Rogue with some builds since then. But I think generally the class has definitely, made steps backwards, I think. The combo point board is also worse for combo points than other options. That depends on the build, I guess. It says combo point effects are 40% stronger, right? So usually 3 combo points means plus 90% damage. So you get 90 and then 40% stronger. So this means, yeah, a 19% damage buff. And then you get an extra arrow for rapid fire, for example. So you get 9 arrows instead of 8 arrows. So that's a 33.8. Yeah, yikes, dude. Okay. More lucky hit for Barrage. Nah, Barrage is already like the #1 lucky hit skill, right? Okay, there's Penshot with Eaglehorn, but you give up your weapon. I think Barrage and Penshot with lucky hits are okay. It's just we don't really have like a build for it right now because Azarath was nerfed. I think many of the problems on Rogue are due to the game power creeping. Yeah, for sure. You know, the game got faster. Like, look at this. Back in the day, Twisting Blades was like the pinnacle of speed, right? And now, I don't know. It's probably like in B or in C tier or some shit. You know, there's like 40 other builds that are significantly faster than Twisting Blades. It's like... Yeah, Rogue needs an expansion, I would say. I'm not sure if they can solve this until then. Okay, Sork. What is the new item for Sork? Teleport, enchant, nerf. That's actually... okay. Reduce cooldown for Shadow Step. I think that's like the smallest problem that the rogues have. What's the problem with cooldown of Shadow Step? For Sork, the base like a hit chance feels low for a lot of skills. Yeah, I think they want to be careful because they have stuff like the Meteor Enchant and Firewall Enchant and so on. Right? So I can see why they're very hesitant to give a lot of like a hit to Sorks. 5-second cooldown is not okay. Well, it's actually 3.5 with Teleport Enchant, with Enchantment Master. And 3.5 seconds is fine. This is roughly what you usually expect with something like a Neo plus Jar combo for your runes. And you can still have the normal teleport on your bar as well. And in fact, I have not managed to beat my Sork speed with any build on the PTR. The only thing I got close was like Evade maybe. Evade kind of got close to Sork. But every other build I played on the PTR was definitely slower than what I tried on Sork. So they're fine. For spamming Shadow Step, we need so much cooldown reduction with temper for so much damage. Yeah, okay, but I mean, you can also just like buff the damage of Shadow Step or something, right? Because if we reduce the cooldown of Shadow Step, then this doesn't just affect the Shadow Step build, it affects every build that has Shadow Step. Don't think Shadow Step was intended to be a damage dealer? Well, then you don't know ARPG players. I killed Tone 4 Zia with my Merc. What do you mean not intended to be a damage dealer? Yeah. I mean, Shadow Step is like a very niche thing. And if that is like, you know, just a speedfine build that you need like a giga gear for, that's okay, you know. It's fine for a Shadow Step build to exist. And it's fine for that build to be something that you need like 50 hours of playing Rogue to even attempt to make or something like that. Same as like Death Trap, like a Season 10 or so. It's like some giga build, but you need like, you know, 5 different chaos items or something like that. And then like, you know, the right rolls, the right masterworks, and then you unlock the build. And that is fine. This is actually good. This is important to have in a game like this. You know, this is not a bad thing. Congratulations on Paragon 300. Good luck next season. Teleport enchant nerf kills the class. Nah, I disagree. Like, you will see that the Sorks are still generally at the top of the speed farming rankings. I mean, obviously there's some builds that have like a bit of slower mechanic plus slower movement now, like Blizzard, for example. What's the second best speed farm build for Spiritborn after Evade? Crushing Hand is really good. Spiritborn is generally relatively fast. Like anything that's like a Capelec build is generally pretty fast. Why only nerf Sork mobility? Because Sork is by far the fastest class. And they want to make the game, you know, a game again. So this is what you need to nerf. Yeah, okay, there's Death Trap, but I mean, Death Trap is relatively dead in this season anyway. It was only like a curiosity of season 10, I guess, where it was, you know, giga crazy. And again, I just talked about it, right? Like, you can only play Death Trap if you have previously played Rogue for like 50 to 100 hours to begin with. So almost no one can even make that build. Where on Sorg, you log in and you fly, right, from like level 15. Actually, Reaper's Pursuit. That too. Yeah, well, Mackie, thanks for the 6 months. I suggest giant snowballs as ice skill and lightning hydras. Yeah, someday, guys, we're gonna get different element hydras, I guess. Spiritborn Feathers on Evade should also be nerfed. They're damaging more than Rogue itself. Yeah, I actually noticed there's a huge bug with Evade. I mean, it's still extremely good for like progression and stuff, but I definitely want to avoid Evade being the #1 pushing build. That will suck, because it's not very interesting. Miss Barb, yeah, I'm going through the classes in alphabetical order, but there's maybe more stuff I can talk about. Otherwise, I'm generally kind of happy with Spiritborn. I mean, Razorwings is kind of dead again, or so. Druid, no notes. Anything else I can add from Druid? I didn't have that much there. I don't think it's a problem that support builds exist. This can make, like, you know, group play very interesting and actually like add a bit of depth and stuff. So just to make sure that there's not really like a huge incentive to do it, so that people that don't play in groups, and especially people that don't play in groups, or like, you know, people that play in groups and don't want to make supports, don't really feel like so disadvantaged. But if, like, you know, you squeeze out a few more PTRs or something like that, because you can play with a support team and stuff, I think that's okay. In the 3, it was very imbalanced. You know, having a support was not having a support was like a day and night. But if in D4, for example, you have like 4 guys just like going in with their DPS builds, versus, you know, 2 guys being support, 2 guys being DPS, and that actually leads to roughly the same result, that's fine. Ah, the milestones for Druid, yeah, true. Someone just logged onto the game files, and the latest official update document says an image that says see you on December 12th. It said that this content has a 99% chance of indicating the release date of DLC 2. I think there's 0 chance that they're gonna wait until 14 months from now to release the DLC. That seems very late. I think it's gonna be summer next year. Devourer should be a passive summon, and when you activate it, 4 more spawn. I mean, I can do a lot of stuff with the Devourer. Maybe like small Devourers come out or whatever, right? I mean, they can't really make you like summon multiple of the same guys, because they're like, you know, that's like not how Spiritborn lore works, right? There's like the one spirit, and you summon that one guy. So you can't really have multiple of them. But you could have, like, you know, more smaller ones or images or whatever, right? Minions of the Death Centipede. How's Rogue looking? Yeah, relatively okay, I guess. Yo, Huntrix, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, I think I've said what I wanted to say about Spiritborn. Dominant PoE 2 Devourer. Yeah, you summon like 20 of them and they all spit like 20 balls at once. And then they chain and pierce 5 times. That's the PoE Devourer. What else do you have in the oopsies list? I mean, I'm not sure if it's so bad that we have these recovery effects. Not sure if that will really turn out to be like very problematic. Not sure about the grenade stuff. Probably not that crazy, but yeah, this is like the big one. 32 to 38 pit tiers, by the way. So anything that you saw with Hoda on this PTR, deduct minus 35 pit tiers. And tell me how good it looks. And those are the 3 big ones, I guess. Log in on Friday. What are you gonna log in as, Danger? If support exists, there's something missing in the group finder. Tags for need DPS, need support. Yeah, they definitely have to update that thing a bit, then I guess. You saw in Rob's video that Bob is back. Really? Oof. Bob is back. Okay. We'll see how back it will be in 4 weeks from now. Okay, any other topics? Actually, I think I wrote down a lot of stuff. Maybe it's fine. Barb is back into the trash bin. Yeah, I don't expect a lot of Barb action next season, to be honest. Like, Lunge is good, and maybe a few other builds are kind of decent. But this new item doesn't really move the needle. The core skills are all down bad. Like, there's also like this thing about like, what the fuck is even the identity of like Death Blow and Hoda and Upheaval? Copium, you will see. I'll take it to Pit 54. not even unlocking T4. Cataclysm is 5 tiers ahead of Polarizer with 300x multi. Nice. I mean, it's fine that Cataclysm is not a pushing build. Cataclysm should not be a pushing build, you know? If Cataclysm is the strongest build, we have a problem. So that's okay. But it is funny. He has some feedback on defenses. Yeah, sure, you guys can also mention stuff. Armor aspect like Juggernaut is extremely weak. Percent armor and auras are extremely weak and additive. Yeah, that is true, I guess. Defenses, maybe I should make a point about that. And toughness. Let's talk about toughness. Actually, I do have some copy pasta for that. Where did I put that? Oof. Okay. I think I'm kind of good with all that. That's what I wrote already, like the other day. Toughness, starter pack, ignore everything but max life and a barrier. Masterworker gear and throw 3 diamonds in jewelry. Armor and all rest seem weak. Yeah, I think I have to like tweak this a little bit. I mean, I don't mind that there is like a general hierarchy of, you know, life is more than armor and res. It does make there's some logic, right? If you have more life, you get more total, but you also have to heal it up. Your recovery becomes more effective when you have less total life pool, but more damage reduction. So it's fine that maximum life gives you, you know, pound by pound, the biggest bang for your buck when it comes to raw toughness. But it's way better, right? It's not even close. So if you say, okay, like a life roll adds 10% toughness, and then an armor roll adds like 7% toughness, and the rest roll also adds like 7, you know, something like that would be fine. It's partly because of how low the base life is. Yeah, I think that's... I don't know if they should like rebalance the base life. But one thing that is related to that is like we're getting interrupted all the time. I guess it's gonna put it here. So since the expansion, this has been consistently happening way too much. Like any small hit will just interrupt you. But it doesn't happen on low levels, because your base life is relatively high. But later when like all of your life is coming from your life affixes and your paragons and not from the base life, it seems like it doesn't take the total life pool into account properly, just the base life. We heard your feedback, GA maximum life rolls are now 15. In general, there might be a balance problem in toughness because main stats, intelligence, and strength give so much toughness for free. I mean, Dex also gives you dodge, right? This is okay. It doesn't add directly in the toughness value. It doesn't prevent you from getting one shot, but it still helps to survive. And then they can just try to tweak the rest of the classes a little bit, you know. Like if they want to make Spirit Bond a little tankier, well, add 5% to the damage reduction of resolve stacks, for example, or whatever, right? If you want to make the rogues a bit tankier, then, you know, add another few percent to the dark shrouds or whatever, right? So you can do many things. You know it's bad when human is tougher than werewolf. Life in it in general seems relatively crazy. And, you know, attrition combat is not quite there yet. Like, the idea would be that we're more like, you know, in an attrition war with enemies and not just getting one-tapped and one-tapping them, right? But we're not really there. It's only there, like, for, like, the early game, leveling, tone 1, tone 2, and then it kind of gets crazy. And then it's just like, you know, okay, you one-shot them or they one-shot you, kind of. Yeah, feedback on endgame balance. You think it's a real problem that the highest summon level is 55 and glyph length makes people want to be able to hit 100? Yeah, I suggested maybe just cap the glyphs at 80 or so. Because like T4 lair bosses are somewhere in the range of like pit 75 bosses. And like that, you can just like generally not make people so, you know, feeling so forced to play like a build that can go very high in a pit. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with just like leveling glyphs in low runs. I also just suggested alternatively, if they don't want to cap the glyphs to low levels, they can just make the chances higher for leveling glyphs at a low tier, right? Like right now, if you farm like, you know, 2-minute pit 70s or whatever, I know it takes you like 2 hours to get a glyph from 70 to 100. Not that long. Fling Torrent 6 if pit level 85 would be really fun. Nah, we're talking about, you know, barely any builds even doing like Torment 4 comfortably right now. And people, you know, bringing out the torches and pitchforks. I don't think we need to add a Torment 5 or Torment 6 right now. This would only make sense if they actually put specific content or specific rewards into those higher torments. Like if there's a Torment 5, and that's like pit 70, and actually tough, and like something that you actually don't farm, like, you know, you just one-shot the entire screen, then this needs to have some sort of like actual reward, right? Like we need like, I don't know, legendary gems that they can only get in Torment 5 or something like that. And then this would make sense. Even if bosses get really hard, isn't that the point? Yeah, the problem is that no one will do this. Like, not even I will go to Torment 6. Because it will not be worth it. you know, the jump in rewards going from like even Torment 3 to Torment 4 is pretty small. And the difficulty jump is gigantic. So your build needs to effectively one-shot everything on the next Torment for it to be worth it to even go up. If you don't one-shot everything in the next Torment, you don't go up. This is how the game is played. And until that changes, you cannot make difficult content in this game. Yeah. And I mean, you know, if they start adding like more systems, especially like late game oriented systems, then yeah, there's no problem with like, you know, putting some stuff that's like T4 exclusive or Torment 5 exclusive or something, you know. And this is something that, you know, maybe it's like one for more complicated systems and whatever, you know. Let's say Sanctification becomes a baseline feature after the season, right? And then you just say, okay, we added Torment 5, and you can only get the Sanctification mods if you farm Torment 5. Good luck. I think that's fine, you know? No one needs Sanctification for anything. And it's just like for the absolute blasters that want to like Gamba on their gear, you know, something like that would be a really good solution, for example, right? Because then you are actually also at the point, like if you can farm Torment 5, then you are at the point where you have that many items sitting around that you can then sanctify, right? Because before that, you don't have these items anyway. What's the point of even giving you the mats, right? So this would be one of those systems where I'd say, okay, Torment 5 is required to farm Sanctification mats, and this gives you like an actual, like, you know, incentive to go there and actually do kind of like tougher, challenging content compared to just like one-shotting everything all the time. Yeah, that would make sense, I think. How do other games solve this? Well, with a crazy idea of giving you better loot for more difficult content. It's insane, I guess, but this is how it works. Yeah, they don't directly have difficulties the way that we do. Like, okay, number one is in PoE, you know, there is certain like fixed difficulty content, similar to capstones, basically. Just imagine we have the 5 capstones now, and imagine we had 10 capstones. And in the last one, there's Lilith on T4. Or something like that, you know? So first of all, there's that. And yeah, then there's also, you know, just the, you know, the idea that, okay, you go up in difficulty or the higher level, higher monster level, whatever, then you find better items, you know? The items are literally stronger. Like in the 4 terms, like imagine, let's say current like live patch masterworking, right? Like imagine you find an item and it just has like, you know, 10%, it has like 2 masterworks when you find it in Torment 1. And then it has 4 masterworks when you find it in Torment 2. And it has 6 masterworks in Torment 3 and 8 masterworks in Torment 4 or something. So you can kind of like imagine it that way. You find better items with more stats or better stats or higher rolls or something, right? Like here in Day 4, you go into Torment 1, you click Obol Vendor a few times, and boom, you get the 800 weapon, and you will never change that weapon because it rolled the 1 GA that you care about, and that's it, you know? And this is just not how it works. In like, there needs to be some sort of item power progression, for example. Like, you know, we have this problem that, for example, from level 50 to level 60, your item power jumps from like, I don't know, 550 to 750, and then to 800 right away, all in like, you know, 10 levels. And there's like this gigantic inflation of item power all at once, and then there is absolutely nothing. It just plateaus, and nothing happens. How am I not bored of this game? Well, I don't know. I guess when you're boring yourself like me, then it doesn't really affect you. In PoE, I have a level 86 chest. I want to get tier 1 energy shield that requires tier 70 maps. Yeah, exactly. There's like these stats, and okay, you don't necessarily go for these stats, you know, but there is the option to then do like a big crafting project and try to get that stat, and there's like these different tiers of stats I can roll, and some of them unlock at certain levels and so on. And in D4, there's like just none of that. You go into Tournament 1, you have the entire game, and you have all the loot, and there's no advancing from there anymore, you know? Okay, you get less loot, okay, you get a bit less GAs, so if you want to farm like your unique in T1, yeah, it's gonna take a bit longer. But realistically, you just kill the boss a bunch of times, you get your item with 1 GA, good enough, the end, right? Boring isn't an option. Yeah, I'm generally not getting bored, you know? I don't know. I always have something to do. Also didn't change. And it's not just about loyalty and multiplying it. We got bored after the second season of D4. That was a long time ago. You saw people arguing about showing profiles and leaderboards. People can hide the profiles, but the profiles of your best one get saved and then a reset published in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on showing profiles or not showing profiles on the tower. But at the very least, if they showed it, it should be good. And the current system is just not good. I think that this is not a bad idea. Leaderboard should be 100% visible with one exception, hide the name, optional. Yeah, I think both is interesting. Like, I like the idea of like showing it after the reset. Especially if the reset is not at the end of the season. Like Gauntlet was every week. And if Tower is something similar, especially if they do something like, where is that? Here. Like something like this, together with like a weekly rotation or something, could be really cool, I think. I think that would make it very fun to do Tower. Because looking at the Tower, and I realized that it's never going to be like D3 pushing. D4 pushing is just different from D3 pushing, and that's fine. But there are ways to make it way more interesting. Much should not stay as perma public profile shown because people end up insta switching builds to hide their push version. Well, the idea is that you don't inspect the profile the way it is right now in that moment, but that you look at the leaderboard snapshot, right? People are expecting a leaderboard snapshot style system like V3 has, which would make the most sense. Temper effects like holder size don't exist. They do exist, but they compete with offensive tempers, for example, in the glove or something like that. You can only have one temper now. You can't do like offense and utility or defense and utility and so on. So you have to choose between like, you know, damage and holder size, and that's good. But I think it would also not hurt to just like, you know, make the overall base items a little bit more interesting with some of the old tempers, or like, you know, something similar to the old tempers at least. Will I share my feedback on the Discord? Usually I make a video about this and then I will post it to the devs. Yeah. How much did I spend on this PTR? Let's find out. So today like 8, 20, 32, 38, 48, 55, 62. And then how long here? Okay, like 66 hours, roughly, I guess. How many builds have I done? One, 3, 2, 1 on a necro, 3 on a Sorg. We played Dance on Knives, Rapid Fire, Roller. What else did I do on a Rogue? Heartseeker. And then on the Spiritborn. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a lot. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So total builds is 3, 4, 7, 11, 20 builds. Okay. How many leveling runs have I done? We've done a Barb, a Druid, Spiritborn. Have I leveled the Necro? I think so. I think I did a campaign run with the Necro actually. We've leveled the Sork as well. We've leveled the Druid as well. Actually, I think I leveled every class. Okay. Okay, so something like that. You don't feel the progression so much. I've changed the masterworking. Yeah, that's true. The masterworking definitely made you feel something. But now I guess the sanctification will kind of do that. This is exactly the same in PoE. Master against armor, scrap, and blacksmith redstones. Yes. It's like the lowest of the low of the crafting features that PoE has. We finally got there in D4. Now we need... Dude, I want fucking essences. Dude, I want essence crafting in D4. I think that would be really cool. Just give me a fucking essence that says, you know, this item is rerolled with random stats and has guaranteed GA life. Or guaranteed GA and the passive rank. Or GA core rank or something like that. Like, imagine how cool that could be. It's so simple. Gonna talk to the devs next week too? No. That's a Rax thing. One leveling run per class, yeah. I think so. I think I did one. Okay, so this is... I did a lot of builds actually. And the one thing I definitely noticed is it's way faster to test builds now on the PTR, I think. And that was despite trying to like learn all of the new systems, basically. Like I noticed like in the old masterworking system, that is definitely improved, I gotta say. The problem with D4 is that as soon as you start going towards PoE, everybody will complain about the initial systems and they will chicken and rework that out. Sedge. Okay guys, I think it's time for, well, not bitch, but I have some stuff to do. And I think I've gotten my feedback here. I mean, there might be like a few more points that come to my mind over the next hours or day or so before I make my video. But we kind of got it. So I'll leave you guys with this here. So can we rate someone here? Anyone streaming? Oh, Maxwell boys? No. Boyda, you gonna stream? Yeah, tomorrow is PoE prep, I guess. Nope. Okay. Well, I'm gonna make a loaf burger. How about that? Yeah, PTR coma. Yeah, I feel you. PTR is definitely always exhausting. Okay, have a good one, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.